Chapter 801. Thank you, Junior Sister Yi. Wang Zhong took the pastries and looked at them. The pastries made by Yi Fian were very beautiful. They were all shaped like little people, and some were shaped like fruits. In short, there were all kinds of strange things. Wang Zhong tried a bite, and it was indeed delicious. He immediately liked the feeling. Most importantly, it was really familiar, as if he had eaten it before. That's right, it was the feeling of having eaten it before. While he was eating, Yi Fian raised her head and stared at Wang Zhong's horns in a daze. Her gaze was very complicated. There was curiosity, anticipation, and more importantly, a feeling of relief. Junior Sister Yi, is there a flower on my face? Wang Zhong touched his face and felt a little strange. At this moment, Wang Zhong was indeed very strange. Yesterday, he didn't feel anything strange about Yi Fian. He just felt that she was very beautiful. At this moment, Yi Fian looked at him as if she was looking at an acquaintance. No, why would there be a flower on the successor's face? Then why do you keep looking at me as if you know me? Wang Zhong asked. Yi Fian hurriedly waved her hand. No, it just feels so fast. You've only been in the sect for 3 months, and you've already become a successor. This talent is really rare. Oh, I'm also very surprised. The main reason I'm here today is to apologize to you, successor. I actually tempted you yesterday. You must be very angry, right? No, I was actually a little regretful when I left. Why didn't I agree to it? Wang Zhong joked. Huh? Yi Fian was stunned. Wang Zhong laughed. Look at you, I'm just joking. Yi Fian instantly blushed. She thought to herself, sure enough, he still likes to drive like before. Actually, I'm very grateful to you. After all, you're a girl, and you can actually make such a sacrifice. To be honest, there are really very few people who can do this. Thank you for the compliment, successor. Your pastries are very delicious. Is there anything else? Wang Zhong asked. No, I'll take my leave and go cultivate. Go ahead. Wang Zhong waved his hand. Yi Fian shyly turned her head and left. But halfway through, she paused and turned her head back to ask, Saint, there are some parts of the cultivation technique that I'm not familiar with. Can I ask you? Of course. Wang Zhong revealed a smile that was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Thank you, Saint. Yi Fian finally left. Wang Zhong looked at her back and shook his head. Another ignorant young girl who was drugged by me. Sigh, it would be better for me to appear less in public in the future to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, the next step is to ask the Qingqing sect to look for Su Liying secretly. Wang Zhong looked at the distant mountains and couldn't help but murmur, Su Liying, where are you now? She's definitely not dead. After all, if she was really dead, the game would have ended long ago. Yi Fian floated towards another mountain peak in the distance. Wherever she passed, the disciples acted as if they didn't see her. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fian arrived at a mountain peak that towered into the clouds. A cold woman with a white veil covering her mouth tilted her head slightly and said, You didn't expose yourself, did you? Of course I wouldn't expose myself for such a big matter. But he's really the same as before. Yi Fian said with some emotion. Oh you, why are you so impatient? If anything were to be discovered, all our efforts would have been for naught. I know, that's why I hurried back. Yi Fian smiled and continued, but I have a feeling that he really remembered something after eating my pastries. I hope so. The cold woman looked in the direction of the mountain peak where Wang Zhong lived and thought silently in her heart. The plan was about to succeed. When that time came, everything would be fine. At the sect master's side, a few elders who were sent out rushed back. Sect master, we went to Chen Ping's hometown to inquire. He was indeed born and raised there. After he was born, his parents had an accident and passed away. After that, his grandmother sent him to a big local family, which is Su Liying's family, the Su family. After that, Su Liying had an accident and the Su family changed drastically. The elders told him everything that they had heard about it. The details were exactly as Wang Zhong said. Asking God nodded slightly, not surprised in his heart. It was very simple. The previous test had proven that Wang Zhong's character was questionable, so he believed that what Wang Zhong said before was true. At this time, an elder with a wrinkled face said, "Now that the outside world knows about Chen Ping becoming the Holy Son, although some disciples don't have any objections, there are still many disciples who have doubts." As soon as he finished speaking, the elder in charge of foreign affairs next to him echoed, "Yes, sect master. Many inner disciples cultivate day and night, spending their efforts just to become stronger and contribute to the sect. When they heard that Chen Ping became the Holy Son in just 3 months, it's no wonder that they feel uncomfortable and have some objections." "Yes, I also heard some objections. Sect master, about the establishment of the Holy Son, isn't it too rushed?" Asking God glanced at the 3 people, his heart was like a mirror. Of course, he knew what these people meant. These 3 people all had disciples and juniors with good aptitudes. Although they were not his direct disciples, their strength was not inferior to his direct disciples. Therefore, they said this to fight for their juniors, hoping to have a chance to become the Holy Son or Holy Daughter. In fact, this was normal. Healthy competition between the same sect was necessary. If it was in the past, asking God would definitely give them a chance. However, it was different now. The 100-sect grand competition was about to start, and the Holy Son had to be established as soon as possible. More importantly, he valued Wang Zhong's talent. This kind of talent was extremely terrifying. With the strength of the younger generation, it was impossible for them to be compared to Wang Zhong. Just as he was about to reject the request of these elders, the elder in charge of foreign affairs unexpectedly said, "Sect master, the matter of the Holy Son is very important. Although Chen Ping has passed the test of character, his strength still needs to be tested. Yes, we believe in his talent, but talent needs to be converted into fighting strength. If he only has talent and has low fighting strength, it will not do." A test. Asking God smiled, "Do you think he is a disciple of a big family? Don't forget what he went through in the past. He was a servant from a young age. Later, he was locked up in the dungeon and beaten up. It can be considered a coincidence that led to his cultivation. Do you think that the person who went through all this is an ignorant and incompetent second-generation profligate?" This. After the sect master said this, everyone looked at each other and did not know what to say. Asking God waved his hand, "So there is no need for any messy tests. I believe in him. But Chen Ping was born as a servant and does not know any etiquette. When he goes out in the future, how can he represent Wan Qing sect?" Some elders were still unwilling to give up. "Yes, the 100-sect grand competition is in 3 months. This. Asking God was also annoyed. He snorted and looked at the crowd. "There is no need to talk about this anymore. Since I have already announced, Chen Ping will be the Holy Son of Wan Qing sect. I have already sworn with him in front of the statue of the founder." Sigh. The elders could only sigh and did not say much. Today, Wang Zhong stayed in his own mountain and familiarized himself with the heaven-seeking art that the sect master gave him. Because of his previous experience in martial arts, he learned the heaven-seeking art very quickly. And he also discovered a very important point. This set of art was very familiar to him. It was as if he had cultivated it before. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried to recall, he could not remember anything about this set of art. He could only give up. 7 days later, his strength advanced again. He had mastered the heaven-seeking art and the destructive art through a comprehensive study. At this time, Wang Zhong's advancement might still be at the martial master level, but in terms of the use of the art, he was at the master level. Even the sect master, Wen Tian, was not as good as him. Because of this, many people who were not convinced thought that Wang Zhong was lucky to become the Holy Son of Wan Qing sect. But in fact, with his strength, even if he started his own sect, he would definitely be able to become the #1 sect in this area. "It's time to go down and send some people to find Su Liying," Wang Zhong thought as he walked. He guessed that Su Liying should be hiding in a very safe place. Otherwise, there would be no news for so long. Then where could she be? Only if he released some news would Su Lying come looking for him. The External Affairs Department was in charge of dealing with the external affairs of the sect. It was also the work of the outer sect disciples. When he reached the main peak, he casually asked around and found out where the outer sect disciples were. The environment here was quite easy to find. The main peak and a few other peaks were where the entire Wenqing sect was located. The mountains where the outer sect disciples lived were beside some mines. On one hand, they guarded these mines. On the other hand, the outer sect disciples lived a simple life. Other than cultivating, they also had to complete the monthly tasks of the Wenqing sect. There were many kinds of tasks. For example, sweeping the floor. This was the most common. Then there was cleaning the floor, washing clothes, cooking, and pruning branches. The most common task was to mine for the sect. Although these tasks were tiring, the disciples all wanted to do them. Because if you don't do it, then sorry, according to the sect rules, those who do not complete the task will be expelled from the sect. Wang Zhong arrived at the main peak of the External Affairs Department. As soon as he arrived, he saw a sea of people. That's right, compared to the sparsely populated peaks of the inner sect, the outer sect was much more crowded. After all, in this world, geniuses would always be in the minority. Seeing so many people here, Wang Zhong was very gratified. These people were all the pillars of the Wenqing sect. Most of the people here were here to receive the daily tasks of the Wenqing sect. Most of them had completed their tasks and were here to submit their tasks. In addition to the fixed tasks every month, there were often some tasks here. For example, if the medicinal herbs room lacked certain medicinal herbs, the task of collecting medicinal herbs would be issued. Some disciples would accept the task and go out to complete it. For example, if an elder needed to send a letter home, the task would also be issued. Of course, there were countless tasks such as going out to protect a certain person or escorting some goods. Be careful, don't spill these demonic snake remnants. If these are spilled, the task will fail. Beside Wang Zhong, an older outer sanctum disciple was giving instructions to a junior disciple. These people did not pay attention to Wang Zhong. This was normal. Since Wang Zhong became the Holy Son, no one had seen him except for a few elders and a few disciples. So walking here, no one paid attention to him. At this time, the junior brother holding the demonic snake remnants staggered and the liquid almost fell out. The demonic snake remnants' medicinal properties were fierce, especially since they could not be sealed and packaged. They were usually placed in a space ring. However, for these outer sect disciples, space rings were too precious. They could not afford it at all and could only use bamboo tubes to store it. At this moment, Wang Zhong supported him. "Be careful," Wang Zhong said. "Thank you, senior brother." The two outer sect disciples breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him repeatedly. The two hurriedly left. Wang Zhong smiled and didn't pay much attention to it. Just as Wang Zhong was about to find the External Affairs elder to find a few experts to secretly search for Su Lying, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. This figure was very familiar. He could not believe that he would meet her here. Yao Bing. In I Want to Be a Scumbag chapter, she was his wife. They were exactly the same. The only difference was that Yao Bing in I Want to Be a Scumbag was a city beauty. Before he knew her, Yao Bing had the aura of an older sister. Later, she became a gentle and cute girl. Here, Yao Bing was wearing a green ancient dress. She had a noble aura around her. It was obvious that she came from a big family. However, because of her talent, she could only be an External Affairs disciple in Azure Seeking sect. In the outer sect, no matter what your identity was, you were treated the same and had to complete the tasks assigned by the sect. At this moment, Yao Bing was carrying a pole on her shoulder. The pole was filled with large boulders. Fortunately, Yao Bing was a martial artist and could carry so many boulders. Otherwise, with her delicate body, how could she carry so many boulders? Yao Bing wiped her sweat. She was obviously tired. Although she was a martial artist, there was a limit to the strength in her body. Once she was exhausted, she could only use her own strength to carry things. "Hey, isn't this Yao Bing? Carrying things. At this moment, a fair-skinned man walked over and sneered. He purposely touched the pole. Yao Bing didn't have much strength left, and the pole immediately started to shake when she was touched. Then, Yao Bing was about to fall. Wang Zhong frowned. This man dared to bully her. He strode forward and supported Yao Bing, who was about to fall. Yao Bing saw Wang Zhong and quickly thanked him. Then, she looked at the man who bullied her and frowned. Lin Dong, what is the meaning of this? Why did you push me on purpose? Lin Dong smiled faintly. Who pushed you on purpose? I was just walking normally and greeted you when I saw you. You did it on purpose. Yao Bing's eyes reddened. She sounded like she was about to cry. Humph, I can't be bothered with you. Lin Dong was about to leave, but Wang Zhong blocked his way. How can you leave after bullying someone? How can you do that in this world? Chapter 802. Leaving after bullying someone? What kind of logic is that in this world? Wang Zhong's words immediately stopped Lin Dong. Lin Dong turned his head. Are you teaching me how to do things? Wang Zhong's voice suddenly became louder. Not only am I going to teach you how to do things, but I'm also going to teach you how to behave. This time, Wang Zhong stood up for Yao Bing, not just for her. If it were any other man, he would have done the same. After all, he was a saint, the future sect master who would be in charge of the entire sect. If he couldn't even handle such a small matter, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Ha ha ha. Lin Dong wasn't afraid at all because he didn't know Wang Zhong. He thought that Wang Zhong had popped out of nowhere. Looking at Wang Zhong's appearance, he was very young. Lin Dong guessed that he was a greenhorn who hadn't experienced the harsh beating of society. Lin Dong decided to teach Wang Zhong a lesson. He smiled faintly and said, "All right, I'd like to see how you're going to teach me how to behave." Slap. In the next moment, Wang Zhong slapped Lin Dong across the face. It was so fast that no one noticed it. In the next moment, Lin Dong was sent flying. At this moment, everyone within a few dozen meters of them noticed it and immediately turned their gazes over. You're crazy. Do you know who that was? Lin Dong, Elder Lin Wutian's nephew. You're finished. One of Lin Dong's followers shouted accusingly. Lin Wutian asked the second elder of the Azure Sect's punishment department. Since the first elder was in seclusion all year round, most of the matters in the punishment department were handed over to him. Because he was in charge of punishment, many disciples were afraid of the punishment department. You're finished. Lin Dong is a vengeful person. You made him suffer, so he'll break your leg tomorrow, a young man reminded her. Yao Bing looked touched. She looked at Wang Zhong and said, "Thank you, senior brother. But this happened because of me." "Don't worry, I'll be your witness," Wang Zhong said. "Does this guy really break people's legs? Does Lin Wutian not care?" Wang Zhong thought for a while and remembered Lin Wutian. When Wang Zhong met the sect master previously, this Lin Wutian was beside him. This person was a little fat and had a cold expression on his face. Therefore, Wang Zhong didn't like him very much. Yao Bing said, "This Lin Dong is very cruel. There was a male disciple who offended him and had his leg broken by him. As for Elder Lin Wutian, he is very protective of his disciples and is not easy to talk to." "Won't he handle it impartially?" Wang Zhong asked. A young man said in a low voice, "It would be strange if he knew. He only knows how to bully the disciples. Many outer disciples have to wash his clothes and pants for him. He is so annoying. Little brother, I see that you are also new here. You should go and talk to the other elders." With the other elders' help, that Lin Wutian won't dare to go too far. Otherwise, humph, Wang Zhong said, "Okay, I got it." He was secretly laughing in his heart. He was worried that he would not be able to make an example out of Lin Wutian after he became the saint. Now, he could use Lin Wutian to establish his prestige. "You are finished. You are finished." Lin Dong finally woke up after being pinched on his philtrum. Then, he recalled what had happened before and was extremely angry. You are finished. How dare you hit me? Ha ha ha, you are really finished. I said that even the sect master can't protect you. Lin Dong pointed at Wang Zhong and shouted. Wang Zhong pondered for a moment and said, I will leave first. After that, he squeezed through the crowd and left. He just ran away? Some people were stunned. He is still scared. Come to think of it, that is Lin Wuqian, the second elder of the punishment department. Tiske, I thought that this young man was tough. I didn't expect him to be like this. Poor girl. Lin Dong will definitely vent his anger on her. Look at her, she is also new here. Sigh. I heard that not long ago, Lin Dong flirted with this girl and was scolded. Because there were other elders there, Lin Dong didn't say anything. I didn't expect that he would still come looking for trouble. What bad luck. This girl is so beautiful. She's really going to die. At this moment, Yao Bing was also stunned. She didn't expect Wang Zhong to run away. Well, he ran away. After all, this is my business. Why should I implicate him? Yao Bing's face flashed with a trace of stubbornness. She said, I will let the other elders come and judge this matter. You bullied me first. Ha ha ha. All right, let's see who will help you. Lin Dong laughed without restraint. All right, you wait. Yao Bing wanted to leave, but soon, a majestic voice rolled over. Don't look for the other elders. I am here. In the blink of an eye, the second elder of the punishment department, Lin Wuqian, appeared in front of Yao Bing. Lin Wuqian held Yao Bing's neck with one hand and said coldly, What did you do to my nephew? Elder. Yao Bing was shocked and couldn't say anything. The surrounding disciples were even more frightened. Many of them hurriedly retreated to resist Lin Wuqian's enormous power. Lin Wuqian said, Why, no one says anything? Take it to the punishment department. Who else has anything to say? His bell-sized eyes scanned the crowd. At this moment, no one dared to say anything. No one dared. Whoever dared to say another word would end up like Yao Bing. Greetings, Elder Lin. Lin Dong hurriedly ran over. He covered his face and pointed at Yao Bing. Just now, she actually ganged up with a disciple to assault me. Elder, look, my face is swollen from the slap. Lin Wuqian grunted and said to Yao Bing, What else do you have to say now? I want to see the other elders. Yao Bing was still insisting. Don't waste time. Let's go. Lin Wuqian was unusually domineering. After he finished speaking, he wanted to take Yao Bing away. I haven't even said anything and you want to take her away? Wang Zhong's voice suddenly rolled over and instantly appeared behind Lin Wuqian. The reason he dared to leave was, of course, not to escape. He wanted to see what Lin Wuqian would do. No matter what, if he wanted to deal with Lin Wuqian, he had to be justified. The result was the same as what the others said. Lin Wuqian wanted to deal with Yao Bing indiscriminately. Lin Wuqian was just about to speak when Lin Dong pointed at Wang Zhong. His eyes suddenly lit up. Elder, it's this bastard. He's the one who slapped me just now. Damn it, take him back and beat him up. No, teach him a good lesson. Wang Zhong smiled and said to Lin Wuqian, Elder Lin, you want to arrest me? Lin Wuqian's face twitched. He secretly cursed Lin Dong in his heart. What was wrong with him? Why did he provoke the Holy Sun for no reason? Yao Bing was shocked. She quietly pulled Wang Zhong's clothes and whispered, He's Elder Lin. Keep your voice down. It's fine. Wang Zhong did not say much. The surrounding people were stunned. This person is crazy. He actually dares to provoke Elder Lin Wuqian. He really doesn't know what's good for him. He must be tired of living. Looking at our group, who would dare to provoke Lin Wuqian? Isn't that so? Yao Bing's face was full of nervousness. She said to Wang Zhong, Why did you come over? You're really... She did not know what to say anymore. She only felt that Wang Zhong was really stupid and should not have come over. Just as everyone was lamenting that Wang Zhong was going to be in big trouble, Lin Wuqian suddenly cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Holy Sun." Holy Sun. Damn, Holy Sun. This is the legendary Holy Sun? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned, especially Yao Bing. She was stunned on the spot. Lin Dong was the most dumbfounded of all. He had a complicated look on his face. He never thought that the person he provoked would be the Holy Sun. Greetings, Holy Sun. Greetings, Holy Sun. Wang Zhong nodded slightly and shouted, "No need to be so polite. We're all from the same sect. Just call me senior brother." Wang Zhong's attitude made many disciples feel his sincerity and politeness. This Holy Sun seemed to be easy to talk to. But soon, Wang Zhong's face darkened. He looked at Lin Wuqian and said, "Elder Lin, let me talk about what I just saw. This Lin Dong bullied his fellow disciples. If I didn't step in, who knows how junior sister Yao would have been bullied. He's your nephew. What do you think we should do?" I'll investigate this matter when I get back." "Investigate? But I also heard that you were unfair and bullied disciples. You used your status as the second elder of the disciplinary hall to bully disciples wantonly." Before Wang Zhong could finish, Lin Wuqian frowned and said, "Holy Sun, these things were deliberately slandered by someone. You just became the Holy Sun. There are many things that you don't know. Some people will deliberately slander you. Don't fall into the trap of villains. Otherwise, you'll be disappointed." What he meant was that Lin Dong had just become the Holy Sun and needed support. If he angered Lin Wuqian would not support him. Wang Zhong naturally understood that. But so what? He slapped Lin Wuqian with a backhand. Smack. Everyone was stunned. "Threatening me? Lin Wuqian, how dare you? Now, I'll announce your 3 major crimes. First, bully disciples. Second, cover up for your nephew, Lin Dong. Third, threaten the Holy Sun. I'll punish you to enter Black Edge Mountain and mine for 50 years. And Lin Dong, I'll destroy your cultivation and expel you from the sect." After that, Wang Zhong suddenly looked at the few young men who followed Lin Dong and said, "The same goes for all of you." What? Everyone's faces turned pale. They did not expect the newly appointed Holy Sun to be so ruthless. "Holy Sun, don't force me." Lin Wuqian's eyes turned cold. Black Edge Mountain was a very chaotic mountain range. There were endless black winds there. These black winds could tear a person's flesh and blood apart when they blew on the body of an ordinary person. When they blew on the body of a martial artist, it would constantly consume the martial artist's cultivation. Therefore, once one entered Black Edge Mountain, it meant that one would not be able to cultivate. And being unable to cultivate meant that one's cultivation level would drop. However, Black Edge Mountain had a supreme-grade spiritual mine, so one had to enter. Therefore, Qingqing sect had a rule that only disciples or elders who had committed a crime would enter there. This was a punishment. Of course, there was no need to worry that those who entered Black Edge Mountain would escape. It was extremely dangerous inside Black Edge Mountain. There was only one entrance and exit. If one wanted to leave from other places, it was basically impossible. Therefore, if one wanted to leave earlier, they had to complete the mission as soon as possible. Wang Zhong smiled. "Lin Wuqian, how did I force you?" "You said you didn't force me? I've been working hard for the sect. You actually want to send me to Black Edge Mountain? Let me tell you, no way." "Oh, no way." Wang Zhong was silent. "If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless." "Haha, you think you can deal with me?" Lin Wuqian had already thought about it. At most, he would beat the Holy Sun. When the sect leader investigated, he would admit his mistake and say that the Holy Sun was too much. When he said that, even the sect leader would not be able to say anything, right? His idea was good, but unfortunately, it was destined to fail. That was because Wang Zhong had come over. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lin Wuqian and slapped him. Lin Wuqian originally thought that Wang Zhong was just a little more talented and would not be that strong. However, to his surprise, Wang Zhong's power was so strong that he could not resist it at all. But in his eyes, Wang Zhong was just a person at the peak of the martial soldier realm. Indeed, Wang Zhong had hidden his strength. Others might not be able to hide it well, but he could. It was very simple because his use of power had reached a terrifying level. In the blink of an eye, Lin Wuqian was subdued. Junior brothers and sisters, I am the holy son of Qingqing sect. Regarding Lin Wuqian and Lin Dong's bullying of disciples, you can report it truthfully. I guarantee that I will uphold justice for you. Please rest assured. Hearing this, the crowd began to whisper to each other. Yao Bing, you will be responsible for recording. Yao Bing was stunned. Yes, it's you. But holy son, I wonder how you know my name. Yao Bing tilted her head, feeling very strange. Wang Zhong suddenly remembered that Yao Bing did not seem to know him. At that moment, he was getting more and more confused. Who was Yao Bing? Why was she here? If she was indeed from here, then who was Yao Bing in the I'm a scumbag mission? Not only did they look the same, but even their names were the same. In the distant mountain peak, Yi Fian looked over with emotion. A woman next to her sighed and said, he met Yao Bing. Yes, when he recovers, I don't know if he can accept this fact. His heart is very strong. Yes. Wang Zhong really did not know that others were watching him. At that moment, asking gods and many elders had arrived. After knowing the ins and outs of the matter, asking gods was very disappointed with Lin Wuqian's actions because of the conclusive evidence. Therefore, on that day, Lin Wuqian was sent to Black Edge Mountain as a punishment of 50 years. Everyone, listen up. From now on, the Holy Sun's orders are mine. After saying that, asking gods left the mountain peak. At night, in order to thank Wang Zhong for saving her, Yao Bing specially invited him down the mountain to have a meal at a small tavern. Wang Zhong did not want to agree at first, but he thought that it would be good to have an obedient person in the outer sect to help him gather some information. So, he agreed. By the way, Holy Sun. Wang Zhong shook his head and said, didn't I tell you before? If you treat me as a friend, don't always call me Holy Sun. Just call me Senior Brother. Oh. Yao Bing sighed in her heart. The rumored Holy Sun was right in front of her, and he was so approachable. It was really unexpected. Holy Sun, I'm very curious. How did you know my name? Don't tell me. Don't tell me you've been paying attention to me for a long time? After saying that, Yao Bing lowered her head shyly. Chapter 803. Saint, I'm curious. How did you know my name? Don't tell me. Don't tell me you've been paying attention to me for a long time? Yao Bing blushed and lowered her head. Wang Zhong sighed in his heart. He did not expect Yao Bing to ask again. Of course, he could not tell her that he had seen her before. He could only say, actually, I heard that you're one of the top 10 beauties in the outer sect. I was curious and took a look at your portrait. That's how I knew. I'm actually one of the top 10 beauties in the outer sect. May I ask, Senior Brother, who made this ranking? In her confusion, Yao Bing was actually very happy. She was a girl, after all. She liked pretty girls. Wang Zhong smiled and said, of course, this ranking was made by a busybody. I just casually took a look and happened to meet you. Don't you think it's a coincidence? It's really a coincidence. Yao Bing sighed in her heart. Sure enough, she was noticed by the saint. But what if the saint has improper thoughts about me? What should I do? Yao Bing couldn't help but worry in her heart. But soon she shook her head. I'm really stupid. How can I think of the saint like that? The saint did not hesitate to offend Lin Wuqian for me. I'm really stupid. Thinking of this, the more Yao Bing looked at Wang Zhong, the more she felt that he was handsome. Such a Prince Charming, even if he really did something to her, she should be willing to do it, right? No, 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 I must be reserved. Wang Zhong sipped a mouthful of tea as he felt extremely puzzled. Why was Yao Bing looking at him with such a strange gaze? She can't have fallen for me again, right? Come to think of it, if the Yao Bing in the scumbag story was really the same kind of person, then it would be easy for her to fall for him. Recalling bits and pieces of the past, Wang Zhong sighed in his heart. He did not expect to see Yao Bing again in such a situation. Unfortunately, the person in front of him had completely forgotten about him. Could it be that this was Yao Bing's reincarnation? Yao Bing. Yes, Saint, is there anything? Yao Bing quickly raised her head. In the future you will be in the outer sect. If there's any injustice, you must tell me. With regards to Yao Bing's character, Wang Zhong was very assured. She was a person with a strong sense of justice. You want to change the atmosphere in the sect? The smart Yao Bing understood Wang Zhong's intention. That's right. Although our sect is big, has been around for a long time, and has a strong foundation, the more it is like this, the harder it is to manage the people inside. Therefore, in order for our green-seeking sect to become more prosperous, we need to change the atmosphere. Yao Bing said happily, if that's the case, then that's great. To be honest, many senior brothers and sisters like to bully others. Alright, tell me about it. Yao Bing didn't have any ulterior motives, so she started chatting with Wang Zhong. After chatting for a while, Wang Zhong had a general understanding of the outer sect. Before they left, Wang Zhong gave Yao Bing a lot of heavenly treasures. In order to help her improve her strength, he also opened a room to help her open up her meridians. It was a real meridian connection, not a fake one. After connecting, Yao Bing twitched a few times on the spot. She was pleasantly surprised to find that she had advanced. Thank you, Saint. Yao Bing was very emotional. The saint was really too good to her. Not only did he give her heavenly treasures, but he also helped her open up her meridians, allowing her to break through the bottleneck directly. Now, she was very worried that she couldn't repay the saint's favor at all. Thinking about it, she could only repay him with her body. Wang Zhong didn't think so much. He patted Yao Bing's shoulder earnestly and said, after all, you'll be working for me in the future. How can you be weak? Right. Work hard and improve yourself. You'll benefit a lot in the future. Yao Bing was very emotional. Saint. Hey, don't be so mushy. Wang Zhong was a little speechless. This Yao Bing was different from the Yao Bing from I'm Scumbag. When he first met Yao Bing, this girl was quite fierce. I'll take my leave first. I have something to do. Wang Zhong left the place. Yao Bing sighed in her heart. As expected of the saint. He has been holding it in and didn't make a move on me. Who else in this world can have such self-control? The answer is no. Yao Bing answered her own question. Thinking about it, she felt that it wasn't good to receive so many favors from the saint. Yes, I must do something for him when I get back. Wang Zhong once again came to the main peak of the outer sect. He went to the Foreign Affairs Department and found the elder in charge here, Su Tianming. Su Tianming looked a little old, but he was very capable. After all, the Foreign Affairs Department was in charge of external affairs and would often issue missions related to the outer sect. He was very busy. Seeing Wang Zhong coming over, Su Tianming's shrewd eyes narrowed and said, Saint, why are you here? Excuse me for not going out to meet you. When the others in the room saw this, they were all shocked and hurriedly bowed. Wang Zhong waved his hand and said, No need to be so polite. I'm just here to take a look and issue a small mission. Finished. Wang Zhong looked at the people in the room. Su Tianming understood and said to the crowd, All of you can leave first. Yes, Elder Su. Everyone left. After Wang Zhong closed the door, he said, Elder Su, there is a small mission that I would like to trouble you to do personally. Please speak. Su Tianming said. I want to find someone. I just need to know her whereabouts. Who is it? Why is the saint being so mysterious? Su Tianming was a little strange. Logically speaking, if the saint wanted to find someone, it would be easy. He could just use his own strength to find someone. Why did he have to sneak over? Because this person is called Su Liying. Su Tianming raised his eyebrows. Su Liying, the saintess of the Tianshan sect. Isn't she wanted? That's her. Su Tianming nodded. He had also heard that Wang Zhong and Su Liying were family when they were young. He seemed to be a servant of Su Liying's family. The two of them had a good relationship. To be honest, this matter is indeed a little troublesome. The imperial court is looking for Su Liying. If they know about this, they will find trouble with us. Su Tianming frowned and suddenly smiled. However, it seems that even if we are obedient, the imperial court will find trouble with us. It doesn't matter. Elder Su, what you mean is... Su Tianming smiled and said, of course, we will listen to the saint's orders. Of course, I will do this secretly. After all, there are spies of the imperial court in our Qingqing sect. We still have to be careful. There are spies of the imperial court? Saint, you have been cultivating in the sect and rarely come out. You might not know about this. There is an exchange disciple sent by the imperial court here. On the surface, it looks like an exchange, but in reality, he is monitoring us. The key is that we know about this, but we still can't touch him. We don't want to anger the imperial court and kill us. Wang Zhong understood after hearing this. I didn't expect the imperial court to have already taken action. Wang Zhong said. Isn't that so? This 100-school gathering is so annoying. Then I will leave first. I will keep the matter of finding Su Liying in mind. Although Su Tianming was old, he had been managing this place for many years. It was impossible for him to not have a few hands. The most important thing was that he was trustworthy. This was what the sect master told him. In order to let Wang Zhong manage this place well in the future, the sect master and Wang Zhong talked about a lot of people in this place. Who was trustworthy, who was lazy, who was strong. After leaving this place, Wang Zhong didn't go out for the next few days. Many disciples came to visit him. Wang Zhong actually understood the intentions of these disciples. As a holy son, these people were only here to build a good relationship with him. On the other hand, it was also because he dealt with Lin Wuqian. Many people felt that Wang Zhong wanted to establish his authority. The others were worried that they would be the next target, so they came to get close to him. On this day, after sending off an inner disciple, Wang Zhong prepared to change a place to cultivate so that he wouldn't be disturbed again. At this time, Yi Fian floated down. Saint. Oh, Yi Fian is here. Wang Zhong smiled warmly. What's the matter? At this time, Yao Bing also floated down. Yi Fian frowned. Yao Bing, you're here. Senior sister. How do you know my name? Yao Bing was curious. Did senior sister Yi know that she was ranked in the top 10 in the sect? Of course I know your name. After all, you're so. Yi Fian quickly stopped. She didn't know what she was hiding. Senior sister Yi, actually, these rankings were randomly arranged by busybodies. Yao Bing was worried that Yi Fian would feel uncomfortable because of these rankings, so she quickly explained. Rankings? What rankings? Yi Fian was curious. It's the top 10 beauties in the sect. The saint said that I'm ranked in the top 10. Speaking of me, Yao Bing revealed an embarrassed expression. Top 10 beauties. Yi Fian looked at Wang Zhong. Ahem, it's all gossip. Let's not talk about it. Speaking of which, why are you all here? Of course I have something to do, Yi Fian said proudly. I've done what the saint asked me to do, Yao Bing said. Good, take a look. Wang Zhong was very satisfied. He said to Yi Fian, tell me. Great. Elder Su Tianming told me that you're looking for Su Liying. I've released the news, but not under your name. It's under the Su family. Even if the dynasty wants to investigate, they won't be able to trace it back to you. That's right. Is there anything else? Of course, I'm here to see you. Yi Fian said generously as if she was talking about something insignificant and normal. You're nobody to me. Go cultivate by yourself. I'm busy. Wang Zhong was speechless. I'll leave later. Yao Bing, why are you here? Yi Fian asked. Yao Bing had a feeling. She didn't know Yi Fian, but this woman kept looking at her as if she was an enemy. This made her feel helpless. I'm here to report. Go ahead. Wang Zhong nodded at Yi Fian. Since Elder Su Tianming had entrusted the task of finding Su Lying to Yi Fian, it meant that this girl was trustworthy. Oh. Then, Yao Bing began to report. She listed a few disciples who were usually arrogant and despotic. Not only did she list them out, but she also made clear notes about their usual behavior. He even listed some of the witnesses. In this way, he was able to make it as detailed as possible. Great. Wang Zhong nodded. He thought to himself that Yao Bing was indeed as meticulous as before. Oh yes, this person is the most important. Yao Bing took out a portrait. The person in the portrait looked righteous and was quite good-looking. This person is called Zhang Dongzi, a spy from the dynasty. This is the spy from the dynasty. That's right. This person relied on the protection of the dynasty to do whatever he wanted in the sect. Not only did he want all kinds of cultivation resources, but he also liked to tease young ladies. The sect was angry with him, but they didn't dare to say anything. At this point, Yao Bing said seriously, Saint, if you can get rid of this villain, at least your reputation among the female disciples will be very high. Let's start with him. Then, Wang Zhong asked Yi Fian curiously, You're not going to stop me? Why should I stop you? I don't like that guy either. Alright, let's do it then. Wang Zhong explained the plan. Yi Fian's eyes lit up and she said it was great. On this day, Zhang Dongzi was walking on the road alone. He was a little tired of eating spiritual medicine these few days. He was ready to go down the mountain to find a good tavern for a few drinks and visit the brothels. Before he left, he ran to Elder Su to ask for money as he didn't have much. Elder Su, I'm going down the mountain. Give me some money. That's right. As a spy from the dynasty, Zhang Dongzi was always so arrogant. He was sure that this person from Qingqing sect wouldn't dare to provoke him. Take it. Su Tianming didn't even bat an eyelid as he took out 1,000 taels and gave it to Zhang Dongzi. He was already used to doing this. Every time this guy came over, he would either ask for spiritual stones or silver. If he didn't give it to him, this guy would talk nonsense to the people from the dynasty. Thanks. Zhang Dongzi turned and left. After walking for a while, he was stunned. There was actually a young lady in front of him, and she was quite pretty. Oh, a girl. Zhang Dongzi smiled and walked over. The reason why he wanted to bully her was because she was sitting on the ground and seemed to be injured. Beauty, you seem to be injured. Come, I know some massage. I'll help you loosen your muscles and bones. No need, my senior brother will come over. I'm your senior brother too. Come on. Help. Someone is bullying me. Help. What made Zhang Dongzi confused was that he hadn't even touched her and the girl was already screaming. Hey, what are you screaming for? Although the girl was screaming, he wasn't afraid. He was from the dynasty, why would he be afraid of this? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, the disciples came over one by one. Zhang Dongzi said calmly, Junior sister, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. He didn't want to waste time here. It was better to go down the mountain and enjoy himself for a few days. No one dared to stop him, and many even took the initiative to make way. This made Zhang Dongzi even more proud. A bunch of reckless fools, they still have to give in to me. Why didn't you stop him? Some disciples were angry. Forget it, he's not an ordinary person. No matter how extraordinary he is, he's more powerful than the saint. If the saint sees this situation, he'll definitely deal with him. Someone said unhappily. Sigh, forget it. He's from the dynasty. Hearing this, those who were angry previously fell silent. They couldn't afford to offend the dynasty. Chapter 804. Looking at the expressions of the people around him, Zhang Dongzi was even more smug. Get out of my way, you bunch of stupid dogs. Can't you see that I'm going down the mountain to settle some matters? Can you bear the responsibility if you delay my important matters? The group of disciples was furious, but they did not dare to voice their anger. They could only back off. All right, what's your name? Zhang Dongzi looked at the girl on the ground. He had a feeling that this girl was deliberately tricking him. Therefore, he decided that he would teach this girl a lesson after this. How dare she trick him? She must be tired of living. I'm Yao Bing. The girl on the ground was Yao Bing. She had followed Wang Zhong's plan and purposely tricked Zhang Dongzi to find trouble with him. Yao Bing, okay, I got it. Let me tell you, you're in big trouble. Even the sect leader can't protect you. That's what I said. Zhang Dongzi sneered and turned around to leave. However, when he turned around, he bumped into an unusually tall person. The bump made him dizzy and he was instantly enraged. Which blind person didn't see me? It's me. Wang Zhong squinted his eyes. Just like the rumors, this Zhang Dongzi was not a good person. Zhang Dongzi frowned and looked up. He did not recognize him at all. This guy looked very young. He was probably a young disciple. Don't blame him for not knowing the saint. In fact, Qingqing sect was too big. Wang Zhong had not come out much, so many people did not know him. Moreover, Zhang Dongzi only knew how to eat, drink, and flirt with girls. He had never seen Wang Zhong before. Get lost. The arrogant Zhang Dongzi raised his hand and swung it at Wang Zhong. However, Wang Zhong was faster. In the next moment, Zhang Dongzi was kicked away. Ouch! Zhang Dongzi landed on the ground. His face was contorted from the pain. Just you wait. Dynasty will deal with you. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed drastically. Even the sect leader did not dare to offend Dynasty. None of the sects that offended Dynasty would have a good ending. I'm from Dynasty. They sent me here as an exchange disciple. Since you dared to hit me, be prepared to face the wrath of Dynasty. Holy Sun. At this time, the others hurriedly saluted Wang Zhong. Yao Bing, in particular, hurried to Wang Zhong's side and glared at Zhang Dongzi. Holy Sun. Realization dawned on Zhang Dongzi. No wonder this young man was so arrogant. It turned out that he was the newly appointed Holy Sun. However, so what if he was the Holy Sun? Didn't you see that even the sect master and grand elder couldn't control him? Was the Holy Sun as awesome as them? Moreover, Dynasty had secretly given him an order to investigate the Holy Sun's strength and background. Never had he thought that this guy would run right into the muzzle. Since that was the case, he might as well test it out. So, you're the Holy Sun. Then, you should know the consequences of offending Dynasty. Apologize to me immediately. Apologize? I haven't even settled the score with you, and you want me to apologize? Wang Zhong was so angry that he was about to laugh. Then don't blame me for being impolite. So you want to challenge me? All right, I accept your challenge. Zhang Dongzi was stunned. When did he say that? What he meant was that he wanted to report to Dynasty. Although he was arrogant and despotic, he was actually very smart and knew his limits. Fighting with the Holy Sun was like an old man eating arsenic. He was tired of living. No, that's not what I meant. Zhang Dongzi hurriedly waved his hand. Wang Zhong waved his hand. No need to explain. You've said so much because you want to challenge me. Then let's fight. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that you should wait to receive Dynasty's wrath. What? Wrath? I understand now. You actually want a life-and-death battle. Wang Zhong came to a realization, and his face was full of shock. I didn't expect that you want a life-and-death battle with me. You. Fine, let's fight. After all, this is what you suggested. Zhang Dongzi was so anxious that he was about to cry. When did he say that he wanted a life-and-death battle? Wang Zhong walked toward him. Of course, Zhang Dongzi didn't dare to accept the challenge. He hurriedly shouted, "Wait, let me explain." "I understand. Then let's fight." Wang Zhong didn't answer his question. He went forward and gave him a slap. This slap landed on his face and sent him flying. Zhang Dongzi landed on the ground again, holding his face in confusion. He finally understood that this holy sun did it on purpose. What challenge? What life and death battle? He just wanted to hit him. You. Zhang Dongzi wanted to say something and call the elders over to save him, but Wang Zhong didn't give him a chance to speak at all. Smack, smack, smack. What a silly husky. Wang Zhong threw a few punches, beating Zhang Dongzi until his face was bruised and swollen. What? Didn't you say you want a life and death battle? Come on, I'll kill you directly so that you won't be an eyesore anymore. How about it? Wang Zhong said coldly. Zhang Dongzi was really scared. He felt Wang Zhong's killing intent. This holy sun wasn't afraid of him at all. He hurriedly covered his face. Don't hit me. I won't tell Dynasty. If you kill me, you'll suffer. Smack. Another slap landed on his face. Zhang Dongzi couldn't stand up anymore. He cried and shouted, "I admit defeat. Let me go. I'll definitely be obedient in the future." Although he was crying so miserably, Zhang Dongzi was actually still scheming in his heart. As long as the holy sun let him go immediately, he would go down the mountain later and report to Dynasty. By then, Dynasty would definitely come looking for trouble. Humph, this was the price of offending him, Zhang Dongzi. Although that was what he thought in his heart, he directly knelt down in front of Wang Zhong. In order to make it look real, he cried bitterly with snot and tears. "Big brother, let me go." Sob, sob, sob. Wang Zhong didn't listen at all. He directly attacked and broke Zhang Dongzi's legs. Ah! Zhang Dongzi almost fainted from the pain. However, seeing that he was about to faint, Wang Zhong threw him a life-saving pill, and he recovered immediately. "Holy Sun, spare me! Let me go!" Zhang Dongzi screamed and begged for mercy. No one around him sympathized with him, especially many female disciples. Most of the outer sect female disciples who didn't have high status had been harassed by him before. Now that they saw him in such a miserable state, everyone was very happy. However, there were still some disciples in the crowd who were worried. These disciples all knew Zhang Dongzi's identity and were even more aware of how terrifying Dynasty was. Within Dynasty, there were countless experts and millions of soldiers. No sect would be kind after offending Dynasty. It was fun to beat him up now, but what about later? Wang Zhong was almost done. He said to Zhang Dongzi, "All right, since you've surrendered, I'll take you away." He dragged Zhang Dongzi and walked towards his mountain peak. "Holy Sun." An elder frowned and came over. "You," Wang Zhong said calmly. "Everyone, don't worry. I, Chen Ping, will take responsibility for my own actions. Today's matter has nothing to do with Green Seeking Sect. If Dynasty wants to pursue the matter, it's all my fault. Holy Sun, you were too impulsive." The elder who rushed over shook his head and sighed. Wang Zhong smiled and said, "I wasn't impulsive. On the contrary, I'm very calm. This person bullied the disciples of Green Seeking Sect, which is the same as bullying me. I'm not afraid of such a person even if he's the King of Heaven." These righteous words directly shook the hearts of all the disciples. In the past, they felt that the Holy Sun was unreachable and unreachable. They only revered him. But now, they all felt that the Holy Sun was really good. He had both integrity and talent, and he empathized with his juniors. Such a Holy Sun could not be found even if one searched with a lantern. The Holy Sun wants to shoulder everything alone. A disciple knelt down and cried, "We can't let the Holy Sun do this. He has sacrificed too much for us. Yes, the Holy Sun is too foolish. It's not worth it for us." A female disciple beat her chest and stomped her feet. She wished she could die for Wang Zhong. Yao Bing was also wet at this moment. Her eyes were wet. She murmured, "In the end, the Holy Sun is shouldering everything alone." She was so touched that her heart was in a mess. She wished she could immediately rush over and kiss Wang Zhong to express her love for him. Wang Zhong's cultivation was very high now, and his hearing was very sensitive. Naturally, he could eavesdrop on these voices. "It can't be. I'm not going to die. What's wrong with these people?" He looked at Zhang Dongzi, who was in his hand, and came to a realization. He guessed that those people were afraid of the dynasty. That was why they were behaving this way. He shook his head and did not think much about it. He brought Zhang Dongzi to his mountain peak. Zhang Dongzi was still breathing. After Wang Zhong fed him a healing pill, he sat on a big rock and crossed his legs, waiting for Zhang Dongzi to wake up. Zhang Dongzi thought he was already dead. However, when he opened his eyes, he was so frightened that he almost fainted again. He saw Wang Zhong staring at him with a cold smile. "Holy Sun," Zhang Dongzi said, trembling. "Are you feeling better?" Wang Zhong asked. Zhang Dongzi nodded. He did not understand Wang Zhong's intention. "It's good that you're feeling better." Wang Zhong got up, took out a knife, and sharpened it on the rock. Zhang Dongzi's eyes widened. "Spare me, Holy Sun." Wang Zhong said, "Spare you? Spare you? Anyway, you're going to report to the dynasty. Once I get rid of you, I'll be done with it. When the time comes, I'll just run away." Zhang Dongzi hurriedly said, "I won't report you. Holy Sun, please understand." Wang Zhong did not reply. Instead, he said, "Zhang Dongzi, let me ask you. Even if you report me, what will happen in the future?" Wang Zhong's question made Zhang Dongzi feel a little strange. He said, "In the future. In the future, your dynasty will come looking for trouble. When the time comes, I'll ask the Azure sect to resist. A war will break out between the two sides. We may fail, but one thing is certain, and that is that you will definitely die." Zhang Dongzi's expression changed drastically. He was not stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart. He immediately realized the importance of this. Yes, even if he reported him, the two sides would at most fight. However, as the instigator, he would definitely be killed by the Azure sect. Wang Zhong smiled and said, "Don't think that the Azure sect will be so scared that they'll admit their mistake. Even if the Azure sect bows down, the dynasty will definitely use you to appease the Azure sect and win them over. In the end, you're just a pawn of the dynasty. When you're useful, the dynasty will protect you. When you're not, ha ha ha, you can think about it yourself." Zhang Dongzi's heart skipped a beat. He was really panicking. Yes, he was useful now. However, once the war really broke out, the Azure sect would definitely use him as an example. Then, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He did not even dare to think about it. Wang Zhong walked over and patted his shoulder earnestly. "Don't die without knowing how you died. You're still young. You still have a lot of time to play. Do you understand? Although you're a pawn, do you know the value of a pawn? The value of a pawn doesn't lie in how useful it is, but in how long the game will last. When the game ends, you'll be useless. Even if you don't die, who will give you money to spend? Who will give you spirit stones to cultivate? When the time comes, do you think that people will give you face just because you bully them? Don't be stupid." Wang Zhong said a lot in a short while. Zhang Dongzi's face turned pale. Yes, the dynasty was now playing chess with the Azure sect. If the game ended, where would he go? To him, the best benefit was to keep the game going. That way, he would be useful. Son of the sage. Zhang Dongzi immediately knelt down. "I understand. I really understand. I was too much of a bastard before. Please give me a chance. I know what to do." "All right, get up. Just listen to me in the future. As long as you listen to me, I can guarantee that even if the Azure sect and the dynasty go to war, I'll protect your head." Zhang Dongzi thanked him profusely. "Thank you, son of the sage. I won't say anything else in the future. Go. Don't mention what I said to you." "Yes, yes, I will. By the way, the news from the dynasty. I'll definitely report it to you, son of the sage." Zhang Dongzi thought it through very clearly. It would be fine if they didn't go to war. Once they did, he would be a hostage. Therefore, it was important to have a good relationship with the son of the sage. Wang Zhong waved his hand and said, "Well, it's fine. Let's go." Originally, after Zhang Dongzi was beaten up like this, everyone was nervous about how the dynasty would retaliate. Even the sect master, Asking Gods, had given the order to be on full alert and activate the mountain guarding formation. The battle was huge and made everyone anxious. However, no one expected that in the afternoon, Zhang Dongzi would come to the square and solemnly apologize to Wang Zhong. Only then did everyone know that Zhang Dongzi and Wang Zhong had buried the hatchet. Wang Zhong had given him elixirs, so he could recover his body. Not only that, the son of the sage fed Zhang Dongzi some kind of bewitching potion, making his attitude suddenly become polite and even call Wang Zhong big brother in public. "In the future, the son of the sage is my big brother. Whoever makes things difficult for him is making things difficult for me," Zhang Dongzi shouted until his throat was rough. Of course, he was not worried that the dynasty would know about it when he said this. Even if they knew, he could just say that he was appeasing them and gloss over it. No one would have thought that the son of the sage easily disposed of Zhang Dongzi. From today onwards, Zhang Dongzi started to behave himself with his tail tucked between his legs. After that, Wang Zhong successively disposed of several senior brothers who were usually arrogant and despotic. His prestige reached a very high level all of a sudden. At the same time, the 100 Sect Conference was about to start. On this day, some important disciples and elders of the entire Green-Seeking sect headed to the Imperial City's inner city under the lead of Asking Gods. Currently, the entire Imperial City was solemn. In order to prevent harassment, the streets were filled with guards wearing armor. Chapter 805. Wang Zhong and the rest entered the inner city under the lead of Asking Gods. They were arranged to stay in the palace. Along the way he met many people. They were all elites of the major sections. However, after sensing the so-called saints and saintesses of the various forces, they were too weak compared to him. I don't know how strong those so-called experts in the palace are. If they really don't hold back this time, I won't hold back either. Wang Zhong thought to himself. After staying in the inner city for a few days, he made friends with many saints and saintesses. These saints and saintesses were quite arrogant. They looked at people with their noses in the air, as if they were afraid that others would not know that they were saints and saintesses. Of course, there were fewer saints and saintesses in this group. Only the small sects would be like this. For the large sects, the saints and saintesses were elusive. It was very difficult to meet them. In the blink of an eye, it was finally the day of the 100 Sects tournament. On this day, the sects that came gathered in the inner city square. It was crowded. Wang Zhong led Asking Green sect to the high platform. At this moment, a loud voice was heard. "The Crown Prince has arrived." As soon as the voice fell, a man in a yellow robe with thick eyebrows and big eyes walked up slowly with the help of a eunuch. Wang Zhong looked over with a serious face. The Crown Prince's aura was obviously different from the others. If the other expert's aura was the aura of an overlord, the Crown Prince's aura was strong. However, the Crown Prince's aura was soft and not very pure. He should be cultivating some kind of evil skill. Wang Zhong thought to himself. He was not going to do anything for the time being. He would wait and see. Looking straight ahead, the Crown Prince walked up to the platform where the sacrificial offering was to be made. After a series of preludes had been made, he called out, "Recently, I heard something that was very strange." Sect Lord asked the Azure Sect, "Ask the gods." Asking Gods heard the question and said respectfully, "What is it, Crown Prince?" "I heard that you are looking for that traitor Su Lying recently?" "I haven't heard of it," Asking Gods said. How dare you say you haven't heard of it? I can tell that you are lying. The Crown Prince shouted angrily, causing the expressions of the people around him to change drastically. Many people could see that the Crown Prince wanted to use this opportunity to deal with Wen Qingzong. If this matter was not handled properly, it would lead to war. However, some people were very relieved because asking gods had always been low-key. They probably would not start a war. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhong walked out. Who are you? Why are you walking out? The Crown Prince frowned. Holy son of Wenqing sect. As soon as he said this, everyone started whispering to each other. He, since when have you been in charge of the Qing sect? I can tell at a glance that you're not the Crown Prince. At this moment, Wang Zhong shouted. What did you say? If I'm not the Crown Prince, then who am I? Wang Zhong laughed and said, You are the Crown Prince? But you have an evil aura all over your body. Why is the Crown Prince like this? Humph, you're courting death. Unexpectedly, at this moment, an acquaintance stood up. Wang Zhong turned his head to look and was instantly overjoyed. Su Can, the eldest son of the Su family. Isn't this Su Can? Wang Zhong mocked. Chen Ping, you're just a servant of my Su family. Su Can shouted. Oh, is that so? Su Can sneered. He cupped his hands at the Crown Prince and said, Crown Prince, I'll teach him a lesson for you. He was here to show his loyalty. The Crown Prince nodded coldly. The next moment, Su Can charged over. Wang Zhong said, I've been waiting for you. Then, Wang Zhong rushed in front of Su Can like a bolt of lightning and threw a palm at Su Can's chest. Bang! There was an explosion. Before Su Can could clench his fist, he was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Su Can was defeated. No, Su Can was directly crippled. Looking at his collapsed chest, one could imagine that even if he did not die, he would probably be crippled in the future. At this moment, the Crown Prince unexpectedly charged over. His plan was very simple, and that was to take the opportunity to kill Wang Zhong. It was obvious that he also felt that Wang Zhong's strength was not ordinary. Such a person could not be allowed to live. His idea was very good, but Wang Zhong would not let him succeed. He turned around and took the Crown Prince's palm. Show yourself. Wang Zhong no longer concealed his aura, and it surged. The group of saints and saintesses were all shocked. This aura, this aura, this aura was so familiar. Martial Master, Martial Grand Master. Oh my God, the Azure Sect Saint is actually a Martial Grand Master. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. The Crown Prince's expression changed drastically. He wanted to go back, but it was too late. Wang Zhong appeared in front of him in an instant and easily grabbed the Crown Prince's neck. There's an evil aura on your body. Wang Zhong frowned. Suddenly, something on the Crown Prince's body caught his attention. A phone. Wang Zhong was very surprised to see a mobile phone in this place. Where did this thing come from? Wang Zhong picked up the phone and asked. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth and said, Why are you asking this? If you don't answer, I'll crush your neck right away. I said, this thing is called a phone. How did it come from? Did you transmigrate? Wang Zhong asked. The Crown Prince's eyes flashed. Although he did not answer, Wang Zhong understood. Sure enough, you really are a transmigrator. The Crown Prince did not say anything. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, Since you want to play, then let's play. He made up his mind. His chest suddenly burst open, and his arms suddenly spread open. Ha ha ha. Even so, the Crown Prince was still alive. Cryptic prison, rise. The originally cloudless sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Cold winds blew, and the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling came from the palace. You really are not the Crown Prince. There's an evil thing in your body. Wang Zhong knew very well what the evil thing was because he had dealt with it in the game less than 21. Follow me into the palace to find the truth, Wen Ling shouted. I'm afraid everyone in the palace is dead. Wang Zhong frowned. With the appearance of the cryptic prison, he could no longer feel the breath of living people inside. You're better than me. The Crown Prince's chest was open, and a headless black figure stood beside him. This thing came out of his stomach. What's your purpose? Wang Zhong asked. I did transmigrate, but I don't know why I came here. But it doesn't matter. My evil thing needs to eat. As long as it eats something, it's enough. The Crown Prince smiled coldly. Originally, I didn't want to expose myself so quickly. Unfortunately, you forced me. Since that's the case, don't leave today. So, you had this idea long ago. Wang Zhong suddenly realized. You want to take advantage of the 100-school conference to kill everyone. You're smart. The so-called Crown Prince did not intend to hide anything at this time. Originally, I wanted to treat you all to a banquet and eat some corpse poison. Who knew? But it doesn't matter. The Crown Prince waved his hand and said indifferently, Anyway, everyone here is going to die. We have so many martial masters here. Can you deal with us? Someone immediately shouted. That's right. I didn't expect the Imperial City to become like this. Today we must take revenge. Yes, we have so many martial masters. Who's afraid of who? The martial arts experts stood out. But soon, they realized that something was wrong. They realized that they had no strength and fell to the ground one by one. Ha ha ha. Do you feel the taste of powerlessness? Wang Zhong said quietly, This is the poison of the evil thing. You know. The Crown Prince was surprised. Wang Zhong shrugged. I've dealt with it before. Impossible. Only my world has evil things. What's your world called? Wang Zhong asked tentatively. Then he shrugged and said, Actually, it's fine if you tell me. Anyway, I'm poisoned. Let me know before I die. All right, it's fine to tell you. The Crown Prince obviously had the intention of stalling for time. After all, these people were not poisoned. I'm from Earth. A transmigrator from Earth. Wang Zhong's expression changed. I guess you can say that. The Crown Prince shrugged and said indifferently, Fine, fine, fine. Why are you doing this? Of course, to become stronger and then go back to take revenge. You can go back? Of course. Earth Spirit Chi is recovering now. There's a passage to the outside world. His words caused Wang Zhong to be stunned. You can go back. What do you mean? You seem to be very familiar with Earth. The Crown Prince frowned at Wang Zhong's words because he felt that Wang Zhong didn't seem to be very weak. How do I go back? Wang Zhong asked again. You don't need to know. The Crown Prince didn't want to say more. He was ready to get rid of Wang Zhong. This was because he felt that Wang Zhong's current state was somewhat dangerous. His feeling was right. In the next moment, Wang Zhong rushed over and easily grabbed his neck. If you don't tell me, I'll have to kill you. The headless body on the side turned to Wang Zhong and seemed to want to attack. However, Wang Zhong's aura rushed out and sent the headless body flying. So strong. The Crown Prince was stunned. Why are you immune to corpse poison? I've seen this poison in other places. I know how to deal with it. Wang Zhong said. After saying that, he was stunned because the scene in front of him was so familiar. It felt like he had experienced it before. He shook his head and felt that the so-called bizarre prison around him had become illusory. It was as if everything was not so real. Let's go. Let's go into the palace first. I want to find out everything, Wang Zhong said. There's no need to go in. I'll tell you. At this time, a familiar and graceful figure walked out from the gate in front of him. Seeing this figure, Wang Zhong was stunned and said subconsciously, Su Liying. Yes, the person in front of him was Su Liying, who had been missing for a long time. You've been hiding in the Imperial City? Wang Zhong asked. Su Liying shook her head slightly. Wang Zhong, What you're experiencing now is what you've experienced. I don't understand. Wang Zhong's mind was a little confused. He felt that countless memories were swarming him. My name is Wang Zhong. I transmigrated to this world and went through many hardships. Finally, I got to where I am today. There were too many messy memories. Wang Zhong was stunned on the spot. Su Liying walked over and said, "Do you remember now? In order to deal with the crown prince, many people died. Yao Bing also died. In the end, in order to deal with him, you burned your life force. You were seriously injured. At that moment, you saw the passage to other worlds. In the end, what did you comprehend? By going to other worlds, you comprehended cultivation and life." Su Liying said a lot at once. The others were gone. Yao Bing, Question Spirit, and the others gradually faded away. They were nothing more than this world, created by Su Liying through the strands of their souls. Now that their task was completed, they all disappeared. Now, only Su Liying and Yi Fian were still standing. Yi Fian sighed. "Senior brother, why aren't you talking? There are too many memories. He's digesting them." "I hope it's useful for him," Su Liying said. Wang Zhong did remember. The real him was an ordinary person on Earth who accidentally transmigrated to this high-level plane. He was indeed from the Su family. Everything that happened in this world was the same as before. There might be some differences, but not much. However, in his previous experience, he and Su Liying had already pledged their lives to each other. At that time, Su Liying told him that she went to the Heavenly Mountain sect first, and then what happened to the Su family. Wang Zhong relied on his unstoppable cultivation method, and in order to find Su Liying, he killed his way out of the dungeon and went here. However, he learned that the Heavenly Mountain sect had been destroyed. By accident, Wang Zhong entered the Green Seeking sect. Because of his good talent, he was favored all the way and became the Holy Son. The overall development was about the same. However, the Crown Prince's conspiracy appeared. The Crown Prince did transmigrate. After the spiritual energy on Earth recovered, he cultivated the evil thing in his body and devoured the people in the palace. At that time, the Crown Prince was extremely powerful. Countless cultivators died in his hands. At that time, Wang Zhong made a move. In order to deal with the Crown Prince, he burned his life. Although he won in the end, the entire city was destroyed. Only Yi Fian and Zhao Liying were left. After that, Wang Zhong returned to the sect. In order to heal his injuries and reverse time to save people, he kept studying magic. At that time, Wang Zhong found that as long as he comprehended life, it would be of great benefit to his cultivation. So, he entered one world after another. But soon, he discovered a very important point. If he entered these worlds and had his previous memories, the effect on comprehending life was very weak. So, he sealed his memories. Then, he asked Su Liying and Yi Fian to send him into those worlds. Those worlds were indeed real. That was why Wang Zhong met people who had transmigrated. As for why he met acquaintances like Yao Bing, it was actually very simple. Every world was actually connected. Every time he went to that world, Su Liying would investigate it. In the end, he found that the acquaintances who appeared were all reincarnated. Wang Zhong understood everything. So, the people I met were all real. Those people were reincarnated. That's right. I didn't disturb them. Instead, I teleported you to their vicinity and used some small means to let you meet them. Su Liying continued, "By the way, Yao Bing is your second wife." Chapter 806. By the way, Yao Bing is your second wife, but in that battle. At this point, Su Liying sighed. Wang Zhong had actually died in that battle. As the holy son of Wenqing sect, his combat power had already reached the martial grandmaster level and he was invincible. Even the sect leader, Asking Gods, was not as powerful as him. At that time, Wang Zhong was not as low-key as he was now. When he had transmigrated, he was not as shrewd as he was now. After he became the holy son of Wenqing sect, he focused on cultivation and would deal with injustice whenever he encountered it. He and Yao Bing met at that time. When Yao Bing was bullied, he stood up for her. Just like in this life, Wang Zhong put Yao Bing in charge of external affairs and the two of them hooked up. Previously, Yi Fian and Yao Bing did not seem to get along because Yi Fian was also pursuing the holy son. When she saw Yao Bing and Wang Zhong walking together, she was jealous. Once he started eating, he ate for many years. It was only when the crown prince used the sly prison to kill everyone that the two women buried the hatchet. At that time, Wang Zhong was the strongest fighter in Wenqing sect and even the entire region. The fake crown prince used the sly prison to deal with Wang Zhong. In the sly prison, Wang Zhong was almost killed. In the end, Yao Bing blocked the fatal blow in order to save Wang Zhong. At that time, Wang Zhong cried and shouted, "Yao Bing!" It was also at that moment that Yi Fian cried. When Wang Zhong was dealing with the fake crown prince, Yi Fian supported Yao Bing. Even now, Yi Fian still remembered the scene before Yao Bing died. "Senior sister, thank you. Actually, I know you like the Holy Sun. I'm sorry for going against you in the past." Yao Bing's chest was broken and her clothes were soaked with blood. Especially her right arm, which had been cut off completely. She was in a terrible state and looked like she was about to die. What was even more despairing was that in the sly prison, all elixirs lost their effects. There was no spiritual energy here, only endless evil energy. Fighting in the sly prison was already restraining for cultivators. Therefore, even though Yi Fian had fed Yao Bing a life-saving pill and a healing pill, it was still useless. She could only watch helplessly as Yao Bing gradually fell to the ground. In the end, there was no more sound. Enraged, Wang Zhong burned his life force and fought his way out of the crafty prison. The evil being that had released the deceitful prison was thus destroyed. The fake crown prince's head was separated from his body by Wang Zhong's sword. At this moment, Wang Zhong was clear. Wang Zhong looked around. This was not the imperial capital, but the main peak of the Qing Wen sect. "I've experienced many lifetimes." Wang Zhong began to walk forward. At this moment, he looked like an old man who could be blown away by the wind at any time. On the other hand, Yi Fian and Su Liying were so young. This was because he had burned his life force at the last moment of that battle. Wang Zhong walked forward. As he walked, he opened his memories. That's right, the so-called rebirth system was a cultivation method that he had set up himself. At the start of the game, he sealed his memories and went to Yellow Earth. After he was born, his parents were killed, and he became a legendary assassin by accident. After that, he took revenge and fell ill with Lou Gehrig's disease. After falling ill, he chose to enter the prison. However, he did not move at all. Yi Fian and Su Liying, who had been observing Wang Zhong, saw this and became anxious. So they called out the rebirth technique again and used the system situation to let Wang Zhong start other lives again. This was the whole story of what had happened. Of course, why did Wang Zhong still have bits and pieces about Earth in his memories? Because that memory was hidden deep and was not sealed. The experience on Earth was the experience of his first life. Wang Zhong began to recall the experience of each life. He walked forward. With every step he took, his face looked younger. With every step he took, he looked even younger. When he recalled being happy, a smile appeared on his face. When he recalled the sad memories, his face was filled with sorrow. Then he stopped and let out a long sigh. After resting for a while, Wang Zhong continued to walk. As he walked, his face began to become younger and younger. At the same time, the aura on his body also rose rapidly. The reason for this was that his strength had become stronger. As his strength became stronger, his appearance also became younger. In the end, Wang Zhong gradually returned to his previous appearance. His strength also surpassed that of a martial grandmaster and reached an unfathomable level. The cultivation method of rebirth is really good, Wang Zhong said lightly. Now, everything was clear. However, there was one more important thing. That was Earth. Back then, the fake crown prince said before he died that the spirit chi on Earth had recovered and demons and ghosts were rampant. That was why he could come to this world through the crack. All of this was because of the recovery of spirit chi on Earth. Although there was no cultivation power there, the evil creatures were also very powerful. Wang Zhong quietly pondered as he recalled the bits and pieces that had happened. He stood there for an entire day. Hey, why isn't senior brother moving? Yi Fian was puzzled. Su Liying also expressed that she was not sure. The two girls walked over to take a look and almost died of anger. They did not know when Wang Zhong had fallen asleep. Wang Zhong. Su Liying was speechless. Wang Zhong opened his eyes and yawned. Hey, I actually fell asleep. Have you eaten? You fell asleep while standing? Aha, I was thinking about something just now and got too engrossed in it. I didn't expect to fall asleep. Wang Zhong smiled embarrassedly. The recovered Wang Zhong's personality was still the same as before, but he was much more mature. Senior brother, what are you going to do next? Yi Fian asked. Wang Zhong said, of course, the next step is to return to Earth. There is a reason for the recovery of spirit chi in every place. I have to find out. Yi Fian nodded slightly. You're going there? Yes, I'm very familiar with Earth. Actually, when you entered the game of life, Fian and I also observed Earth. It's different from the other places you've been to. That plane is very low, and our strength will be suppressed there. So if you go there, I'm afraid you'll be suppressed even more. Su Liying reminded. Wang Zhong smiled and said, you guys forgot that we have a way to reincarnate. Wang Zhong continued, actually, I've thought about it. I'll enter that place through possession and restart my life. With that, Wang Zhong let out a long sigh. This might be his last reincarnation. But before that, I need to return to the previous world and take care of things. All right then. Yi Fian nodded. Well, let's eat first. I'm hungry. Wang Zhong changed the topic and said with a smile. Although they could not eat much after becoming immortal cultivators, they were not used to not eating suddenly. Therefore, many immortal cultivators still maintain the good habit of eating after becoming immortal cultivators. After eating, Wang Zhong left the sect master's peak and wandered outside. Many people had died in the battle in the crafty prison. More than half of the people in the Asking Azure sect died. Many people had fallen. In order to protect everyone, the sect master, Asking Gods, even took out his life treasure to resist the attack of the sly prison. After that, fortunately, Wang Zhong stepped in and saved everyone. Even so, Wen Ling's natal magic treasure had already been shattered. His cultivation had dropped from Martial Grand Master to Martial Master, and he had aged over 100 years. Now, Wang Zhong was actually the sect master here. However, Wang Zhong was grateful and let Asking Gods take charge of the sect's affairs. At this time, Asking Gods was preaching in the square. The number of disciples was much less than before. Wang Zhong stood under a tree not far away and let out a long sigh. Back when he was a saint, everything that had happened had been too real. Cute Yao Bing. Cute junior brothers and sisters. However, many of his acquaintances were gone. They had all died in that battle. The saint is here. Someone saw Wang Zhong coming and shouted in surprise. In an instant, everyone turned their heads to look at him. Then, they all revealed excited expressions. The saint is here. He's the saint. He's really handsome. The female disciples who had never seen Wang Zhong but had heard of his name were excited and wanted to pounce on him immediately. There were also male disciples who found it strange. That's strange. Didn't the saint become very old? Yes, rumor has it that the saint burned his own life to deal with that evil thing. He's already like an old man, but now it seems that he's even younger than us. Humph, don't you know? For immortal cultivators, no matter how old they are, as long as they advance, their lifespan will increase by a lot. Especially for someone with such a high cultivation level like the saint, his lifespan will increase by a lot, so it's normal. The saint must have advanced. That makes sense. Many people's eyes lit up. The saint had advanced again. This was definitely good news. After all, to them, the saint's reputation was like the sun in the sky. Not only had he become their idol, but he had also become the idol of many sects in the outside world. Therefore, after knowing that Wang Zhong had advanced, these people were extremely excited. The heavens have opened their eyes. The saint has advanced and his lifespan has increased by a lot. This is great. Plop. Someone collapsed on the ground and cried, "Saint, I'm so happy. I've decided to add more dishes today. I want to get drunk," a female disciple shouted happily. "Let's do it together." Me too, me too. Seeing the disciples' behavior, Wang Zhong was surprised. He did not expect to be so popular. "Saint." Elder Zhao Kaming walked over and said, "You've recovered?" As a high-level elder, he naturally knew that Wang Zhong was cultivating using the method of rebirth. This cultivation method was very unique and seemed to be a cultivation method to understand life. Only a person with amazing talent like the saint could cultivate like this. If it was someone like them, they would definitely not be able to learn it. "Yes, I've recovered." Wang Zhong nodded his head. After entering so many lives, he had spent many years doing so. Now that he saw Zhao Kaming again, he found that he had aged quite a bit. Good. God bless our inquiring Azure sect. Zhao Kaming laughed excitedly and pointed behind him. "Saint, why don't you preach a few words to us while you've just recovered?" "Of course, that's not a problem." Wang Zhong walked to the front, and some disciples quickly made way for him. At this time, Asking God also stood up. Wang Zhong came in front of him and said respectfully, "Master." Although Asking God's strength had dropped, Wang Zhong still respected him. This old man, in order to save people, damaged all his natal Dharma artifacts and dropped his cultivation level. He was very helpless. One had to know that he had the chance to escape by himself, but he did not do so. "Well, you tell them. The disciples like you very much now," Asking God said. "Okay." Wang Zhong did not talk nonsense. He sat on a futon and began to talk. "What is Tao?" Wang Zhong spoke. His voice was infused with spirit qi. His voice rolled out so that everyone could hear it. Hearing that, everyone on the scene showed a thoughtful look. "Yes, what is Tao?" Wang Zhong began to talk. "Tao is heaven, Tao is earth, Tao is all things, Tao is all people." This time, Wang Zhong talked for a long time. What he said was all about his experiences and insights from his previous lives. Those experiences were all real. He had entered the bodies of some pregnant women through the method of rebirth. After that, his soul experienced another lifetime, and another lifetime, and another lifetime. It was already late at night when he finished talking. Until Wang Zhong left, everyone still looked as if they had not had enough, which was intoxicating. "It would be great if he could talk for a while more," someone sighed. "Yes. Be content. The saint has been very good to us. After all, he has just recovered from his injury." "That's true." Everyone nodded and gradually dispersed. The news of Wang Zhong's recovery spread quickly. Everyone outside knew about it. Therefore, the next day, countless sects came to visit Wang Zhong. On the one hand, they wanted to thank Wang Zhong for killing the evil creatures, saving the people, and even saving them. On the other hand, as long as one had a little brain, they knew that Wang Zhong was now very powerful and would definitely be an overlord here in the future. If they did not please him now, when would they go? The sect leader of the Rongtian sect is here to send gifts to the saint. The sect leader of the 1,000-mile sect is here to send gifts to the saint. The sect leader of the house girl sect is here to send gifts to the saint. Regardless of whether they had grudges with each other or not, all of them had come over in the past few days. In order to show their sincerity, these people brought countless gifts. They were so happy that the elders of the Qingqing sect could not close their mouths. However, no matter how happy they were, they all understood that all this was brought about by Wang Zhong. A month later, Wang Zhong had almost recovered. "I should go back and take a look." On this day, Wang Zhong, Yi Fian, and Su Liang said goodbye and prepared to return to the small world of spiritual energy on planet Yellow Earth. When will you be back? When I'm done with my business, I will go to Earth then. Then hurry up. Okay. Wang Zhong activated the rebirth technique and closed his eyes. His whole body seemed to have entered the void. A white light flashed, and this time, he returned to the ancient battlefield in the small world of spiritual energy. Chapter 807. I'm back again. Looking at the ancient battlefield in front of him, familiar memories flooded his mind. This place was indeed very dangerous. Previously, when he came here, Yi Fian and Su Liang were worried that something would happen to him, so they specially came to guard him. Strictly speaking, the small world of spiritual energy was originally not inferior to the cultivation world of Qingqing sect. However, because of the tragic war that happened in this ancient battlefield, everything changed. The spiritual energy in the small world of spiritual energy began to thin, and everyone's realm dropped. In addition, many experts fell in that war, and there was a gap in the cultivation path here. Alright, let me see the secret of the ancient battlefield. What's going on inside? Wang Zhong walked forward. After recovering his memories, he was even stronger. Spiritual energy surged in his every movement. He took out the limitless sword and slashed out horizontally. The demons and ghosts that rushed towards him all dissipated, turning into dust. Then, with a thought, a huge amount of spiritual energy spread out. Wang Zhong sensed everything around him and finally found something wrong. In front of him, there was a blocked smell of spiritual energy. It was very troublesome. It could be seen that there was definitely a huge invisible force shrouding that place. Wang Zhong continued forward. Along the way, he encountered more and more powerful things. There were many that he had never seen before. There was a giant that was as tall as the Hulk, slashing at him with a huge sword. I didn't expect the immortal cultivators of the ancient battlefield to be so strong. Looking at the huge sword that slashed down, Wang Zhong could not help but sigh. He understood that these creatures were all dead in the past. After they died, they turned into vengeful spirits. In other words, they were real in the past, and not imaginary. However, how could such an expert fall? This was something that made one ponder. Although this giant was definitely an expert among experts when he was alive and was very powerful, he was already dead. Therefore, Wang Zhong effortlessly received this attack. Then, the limitless sword swept over and the giant turned into dust. That's right, it was a simple sweep. In the face of such formidable power, any random cultivation method would be useless. To deal with these evil spirits, directly crushing them with powerful strength was the fastest way. Chop chop chop. It was as if Wang Zhong had entered an unstoppable realm. The sword flowers from the limitless sword in his hand fell like rain, spreading out in all directions. Some of the evil spirits that wanted to approach were unable to withstand these attacks and were defeated one after another. In the end, these evil spirits did not dare to approach. This was not to say that these evil spirits were intelligent, so they did not dare to approach. Instead, it was because Wang Zhong's power made these evil spirits feel fear. But even so, the further in they went, the stronger the evil spirits became. In the end, Wang Zhong finally realized that something was wrong. These evil spirits didn't seem to be here purely to kill him. They had another goal, which was to stop him from entering. What secrets does this primordial battlefield hold? Wang Zhong couldn't help but quicken his pace. The sky gradually darkened, and a chilly wind blew. The internal spiritual energy began to become viscous. Wang Zhong was sure that if he cultivated in this place, his strength would definitely skyrocket. No wonder the spiritual energy in the entire spirit chi small world has become thin. It turns out that all the spiritual energy is gathered in this place. Wang Zhong finally understood the root cause, but he did not understand why such a situation would occur. Was it man-made interference? Or was it really because of the war? He could not figure it out, but he believed that there would definitely be an answer inside. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. With a flash, Wang Zhong had already gone quite a distance inside. In front of him was no longer a thick and foggy spiritual energy range. Instead, it was replaced by a black hole. That's right, it was like a black hole in the universe. It stood there alone, quietly, and indifferently. Vaguely, Wang Zhong also felt a suction force coming from inside. Perhaps, this is the secret of the spirit Qi's small world. Wang Zhong secretly guessed. Now, everything was clear. There was definitely something wrong with this black hole. However, he would definitely not be at ease if he entered rashly. After thinking about it, Wang Zhong formed a hand seal and summoned an ordinary magic sword from his space ring. After injecting a trace of his spiritual energy, he threw the magic sword into the black hole. The magic sword quickly escaped into the black hole, and to Wang Zhong's surprise, there was no resistance at all. This is not bad. Wang Zhong smiled. He had thought that this black hole would be terrifying, but now it seemed that it was just so. After the magic sword entered the black hole, it did not encounter any danger. After sensing it, there was no terrifying aura there. Since that was the case, he could consider going in and taking a look. After retrieving the magic sword, Wang Zhong rushed in with the limitless sword. This black hole was like a door. There was no resistance, and Wang Zhong walked in directly. Darkness. In front of him was a dark place. There was no sun, no moon, and even no air. Dead stars. Wang Zhong saw it at a glance. Previously, in his StarCraft life, he drove a battleship past many dead stars. The dead stars were like this, without any life. However, what was suspicious was that the dead stars here were very thoroughly dead. Not only was the soil dirty, but even the air had a rotten smell. People must have lived in this place before, but why did it become like this? Wang Zhong opened the fire talisman that he carried with him. After igniting the fire talisman, a ball of fire floated in front of him. With the fire, he began to walk around this dead star. Soon, he arrived in front of a bare tree trunk. This used to be a forest. Wang Zhong continued to fly through the forest and soon arrived in front of a ruin. It was easy to see that this used to be a residential area. Looking at the shape, it was a European-style building, an ancient European-style building. What surprised Wang Zhong was that in front of a huge square, there were piles of white bones. Countless skulls and rotten bones were casually piled up on the ground. From the looks of it, it was piled up like a mountain. I really don't know what happened in the past. So many people died. Wang Zhong was very surprised. He felt that this world had experienced a lot. He came to some corpses and glanced at them. Suddenly, his gaze froze. These corpses did not have any traces of being attacked, but the same thing happened. The bones of the corpses were all black. Corpse poison. Wang Zhong saw it. The bones in the entire field were black. This meant that an evil creature had killed its way here and used the people here as nourishment to absorb their energy. All of a sudden, Wang Zhong understood the reason behind this. He thought of the fake crown prince in the world of Wenqing sect. Didn't he have an evil creature in his body? The evil creature in his body was a headless man, a ferocious evil spirit that strengthened itself by devouring living people. The headless man's ability was to release a strange prison. In the strange prison, everyone's abilities were suppressed. This was not the power of the immortal cultivation world, but from an unknown world. The evil spirits in this world were very powerful, much stronger than the evil creatures in the world that did not live past 21 years old. That was because the evil spirits there all had abilities. He recalled what the fake crown prince had said under his interrogation before he died. The evil spirits there had all kinds of abilities. Code name: Half-Man. An evil spirit with a terror index of 2 stars could secretly go behind a person and harvest their organs. Code name: Woman Looking for Children. An evil spirit with a terror index of 3 stars was a woman who was looking for children all the time. She looked very pitiful, but she was also very terrifying. She would ask everyone she met about the whereabouts of her children. Once questioned, the person's movements would be restricted and they would be in a stiff state. If you said that you did not see them, the woman looking for the children would be very angry and rush over to strangle you. If you said that you saw the children, it would be useless. Because the woman looking for the children would ask where the children were. If you could not answer, she would still be very angry and beat you to death. Strictly speaking, these two were not too terrifying because at least there was a pattern to follow. Even if a group of people encountered them, at most one or two would die. But there was something even more terrifying. Code name: Young Lady Calling. Terror index of 5 stars. She was a very terrifying evil spirit. She would call a group to find her prey. The person who answered her call would die. Code name: Butcher. Terror index of 8 stars. The butcher's skill was the same as the headless man released by the fake crown prince. They could both release Crafty Prison. Crafty Prison was the strongest skill used by evil spirits. The Crafty Prison was actually a space created by the evil spirits themselves. In the space, they could not replenish their power. The evil spirits could take people's lives at any time and anywhere. They were very difficult to deal with. This place must have been attacked by evil spirits as well. That's why it became like this. Wang Zhong sighed. The reason why Qing Zong's world was able to survive was because of him. Otherwise, the many experts in the Crafty Prison would have been wiped out. When the fake crown prince gained a foothold, it would be time to kill everyone. And in that small world of spiritual energy, the evil spirits of this world obviously wanted to go there because of the black hole. Fortunately, the many experts in the small world of spiritual energy turned the tide and repelled the evil spirits. But the black hole could not be closed. So the experts there thought of this method and created the ancient battlefield. After countless heroes were killed by the evil spirits, their souls were left in the ancient battlefield to guard it and prevent anyone from approaching. Unfortunately, the people who knew this secret were all dead. Therefore, the people on the outside all thought that this was a training ground. That was all the secrets of this ancient battlefield. No wonder it felt familiar the first time I came here. It's because this place is very similar to the Crafty Prison. The dead people were all bound here by the Crafty Prison. Looking at the black hole in front of him, due to the suction force of the black hole, the small world of spiritual energy was sucked over, causing the small world of spiritual energy to be thin. Wang Zhong took out 7 flying swords and threw them into the black hole. After that, he silently chanted an incantation, "Explode." After a soft shout, the world behind the black hole exploded. The huge energy gradually distorted the space-time of the black hole and finally dissipated. The black hole disappeared. After all, the explosion caused by 7 magic artifacts was very powerful. The huge explosion attracted the attention of many cultivators. What happened in front? Why is there such a commotion? Some people were shocked. Let's go and take a look. No, there are too many evil spirits in front. We're no match for them. Damn it, there must be a natural treasure. Why would it appear in the depths? Sigh, looks like we're not fated. Some people beat their chests and stamped their feet in anger. Meanwhile, the culprit, Wang Zhong, had already left. He did not clean up the Crafty Prison here. After all, he felt that this ancient battlefield was quite good. It was not a bad choice to let the people of this world come here to train. It's time to meet an acquaintance. Wang Zhong's figure flashed. He walked very quickly on the road. Even when he passed many cultivators here, some of them did not notice him. In the periphery, Zhao Meng was sitting by the small lake with her chin resting on her hand. She had been waiting here for Wang Zhong for a long time. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, she still did not see Wang Zhong come out. Until a huge explosion just now attracted her attention. She had a hunch that this explosion was very likely related to Wang Zhong. Big brother Wang. Is he all right? As she thought about it, she actually burst into tears. Boo-hoo. Big brother Wang, you died so miserably. Plop. Zhao Meng directly knelt on the ground. I should have tried my best to stop you. I shouldn't have let you go in. Great, now it's too late. It's all too late. Zhao Meng beat her chest and stamped her feet in grief. However, it was too late. She could only cry and say, "Every year on this day, I will burn paper money for you. Stay down there and don't be disobedient in the future." Sigh. Is this woman crazy? She hasn't even seen my corpse and she's already crying like this. Wang Zhong had been standing behind Zhao Meng for a while. Seeing Zhao Meng like this, he felt like he was in a mess. Cough, cough, cough. He could not listen to it anymore and coughed a few times to remind Zhao Meng. Zhao Meng heard a familiar voice and hurriedly turned her head. She was immediately overjoyed. "Big Brother Wang. Big Brother Wang, you're not dead. Ha ha ha, I knew you were fine. You're so powerful." Zhao Meng was as happy as a little girl. She jumped into Wang Zhong's arms and was extremely happy. Cough, cough. Pay attention to your status. You're a girl, Wang Zhong said helplessly. After being in contact with Wang Zhong for the past few days, Zhao Meng felt very close to him. Therefore, it did not matter if she did this kind of action. She said happily, "I'm fine. Don't say anything. I'm willing." After saying that, she hugged Wang Zhong's arm and was unwilling to let go. Wang Zhong shook his head and sighed. "Then let's go." Only then did the two of them leave. On the way, Wang Zhong said, "Zhao Meng, I might have to go back." "Are you going out?" Hearing this, Zhao Meng sighed. There was a hint of reluctance in her eyes. "Then when can I see you again?" Wang Zhong smiled. "Cultivate well. I'll appear." "All right then." Zhao Meng lowered her head. Suddenly, she tiptoed and kissed Wang Zhong's face. "Zhao Meng, are you serious?" Wang Zhong covered his face in shock. "No, I have to kiss you back." Chapter 808. In the end, Wang Zhong left the spirit world. He also separated from Zhao Meng. Speaking of which, Wang Zhong didn't plan to have much contact with Zhao Meng at first. He thought that he was going to leave the spirit world soon. That world was too small, even smaller than Earth. However, Zhao Meng didn't leave him in the ancient battlefield, which touched him. He couldn't bear to let her down like this. "I'm too soft-hearted, too soft-hearted." Wang Zhong felt helpless in his heart. Indeed, he could only blame himself. He was too charming and too attractive. Indeed, people couldn't control themselves. "I'm also helpless." After promising Zhao Meng that he would look for her in the future, Wang Zhong returned to the real world. It was the place where he suffered from Lou Gehrig's disease. Shan Shuangshuang was still the same as before. She went to work and got off work, but she had matured a lot. After seeing Wang Zhong return, she excitedly cooked a lot of dishes and wanted to eat them together. After that, Shan Shuangshuang stayed with him for a few days. Shan Shuangshuang wanted to eat a few mouthfuls of hot food every day. Wang Zhong felt helpless. After that, Wang Zhong used his powerful spiritual energy to search for his old friends, the mute girl and the others. Now, he understood why he met the mute girl and the others in this world. It was very simple. He had been with them before. That was the life he lived with them. After that, death was like an extinguished lamp. They were all reincarnated. After reincarnating, they lived in this place. It was that simple. As for why it was so coincidental, this might be the will of the heavens. This was the will of the heavens. This was something that no one could say for sure. After staying for a few days and dealing with the matters here, Wang Zhong returned to Wenqing sect. He didn't inform anyone. Then, he entered the rebirth technique and closed his eyes. After the white light flashed, small light spots appeared in front of him. These were all low-level worlds. Wang Zhong touched his chin and thought. He decided to enter these worlds using the same method as before. Soon, he found the location of Earth. Under the effect of the technique, a huge amount of spiritual energy enveloped the entire planet. Because they were too far away, even Wang Zhong didn't know what had happened. It was impossible for him to go there with his real body. A high-level plane like his could bear his enormous power, but it was impossible for a plane like Earth. Therefore, he could only go through rebirth. But this time, he didn't plan to be reborn as a baby. It was too tiring. Furthermore, he had recovered his memories, so there was no need to start from an infant. Now, all he needed to do was find a dying person and possess them. The search continued. In the past, Yi Fian and Su Liying had to search for a long time before they found a suitable match. This time, Wang Zhong felt that it was a little troublesome to operate it himself. This search lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, in a place called Huaxia, Wang Zhong found a suitable person. First of all, this person was only about 20 years old. The reason why he chose young people was because they had strong vitality and could withstand his possession. Their bodies would not collapse. On the other hand, it would be convenient for him to cultivate in the future. In the past, because the body he possessed was too weak, it was very difficult to complete the mission. This young man was about 20 years old. He was quite good-looking and was born into a rich family. His father was in the real estate business, and his business was very big. However, with the recovery of Earth's spiritual energy, many strange people appeared. Among these people, there was no lack of vicious people who would do anything for money. They targeted this young man and prepared to assassinate his father. Later, this young man was chased out. These few days, Wang Zhong observed this person for a long time. His name was Wang Tsung, and he was a rich second-generation heir. After being chased out, he didn't have any survival skills and was poor. It's him. With that thought, Wang Zhong entered this person's information. Rebirth creature. Rich second-generation heir Wang Tsung. Biological resume. Wang Tsung was born into a rich family. Since he was young, he lived a carefree life. However, when he was 20 years old, the rich family was targeted by criminals. In order to protect him, his father chased him out of the family. This was to prevent the mastermind from harming Wang Kong. Unfortunately, although Wang Tsung was kicked out of the Wang family, he was poor because he didn't have any skills. Mission objective. I don't want to die. I want to become stronger like everyone else. I want the Wang family to prosper again. This was all of Wang Tsung's resume. As for the mission objective, it was Wang Tsung's resentment before he died. In order to better integrate into the body of the original owner, it was necessary to help the original owner resolve his original resentment. Therefore, there was a mission objective. Wang Zhong observed Wang Tsung's every move on Earth. With a thought, he began to reverse time on Earth. This was also the ability of cultivators in high-level planes. As long as one was a martial grandmaster or above, they could do this. Of course, without the reincarnation technique, they probably wouldn't even be able to find Earth. Time was rewinding, rewinding, and rewinding. At this moment, on Earth. He walked through the dark alley again. The neon lights in front of the houses on both sides of the alley were shining. The pink lights on the left and right made one's head swell. At this time, Wang Zhong hadn't arrived yet. Wang Tsung smoked a cigarette. Suddenly, he saw a tall and beautiful woman wearing a half-long dress walking out of a house. She beckoned Wang Tsung with her finger. "Wang Tsung, you're here." Wang Tsung threw away the cigarette butt and smiled in disdain, muttering, "I'm going to ride you crazy today." Then, he pounced over and took out $100 bill, saying domineeringly, "Xiaoro, keep the change." Li Xiaoro took the money. Then, Wang Tsung decisively inserted the coin. Soon, a familiar singing voice was heard. "Daddy's daddy is grandpa. Daddy's mommy is grandma. Wang Tsung, actually, you don't have to come here just to take care of my business." Li Xiaoro stroked her elegant hair and said embarrassedly. She looked to be in her 20s, slightly older than Wang Kong. "Business here isn't good. I'm preparing to close." Li Xiaoro looked at her small supermarket and the 2 rocking cars in front of the door. "This place is going to be demolished. Most of the people nearby have left. I've already opened a restaurant with a girl at the corner of the street." "Ah, you're moving away?" Wang Tsung asked. "Where's the restaurant?" I'll go and support you. As a rich second generation, Wang Tsung had the qualifications. How can that be? You're still a student. Li Xiaoro shook her head embarrassedly. She and Wang Tsung met by chance on the street. At that time, her electric scooter accidentally hit him. Then, she helped Wang Tsung to come here. She didn't expect that after that. Wang Tsung often came to patronize her business. Suddenly, a young man with a crew cut and dressed like a hooligan ran over and said, Li Xiaoro. Li Xiaoro's face changed. Zhang Kai, what are you doing here? Xiaoro, I booked a place at the food stall in front and bought a lot of roasted mutton skewers. Let's drink together. Zhang Kai, I've already eaten. Li Xiaoro shook her head, unwilling. This Zhang Kai was a hooligan on the street nearby. He committed all kinds of crimes such as extortion and blackmail. Li Xiaoro naturally didn't want to have any interaction with him. Xiaoro, you're wrong. Am I not good enough? You know, other people have to pay me protection fees every month, but I don't want yours. As he said that, Zhang Kai revealed a fierce look. Today, you have to come with me. Otherwise, I'll make up for the previous protection fees. Zhang Kai, what do you mean? Li Xiaoro's face changed. She didn't expect Zhang Kai to be so shameless. Humph, I gave you face, but you don't want it. If it weren't for your beauty, would I take care of you like this? Zhang Kai smiled disdainfully and looked at Wang Tsung. What are you looking at? Get lost. I think you don't understand the situation? Get lost? Wang Tsung smiled. Kneel down right now, or I'll beat you until your own mother can't recognize you. Damn, you've got guts. How dare you behave so atrociously in my territory? Zhang Kai rolled up his sleeves and was about to hit. Li Xiaoro quickly pulled Wang Tsung. Little brother Wang Tsung, let's go. He's a hooligan here. It's fine. Protecting girls is the responsibility of us guys. Move aside so that we don't hurt you, Wang Tsung said and turned around to see Zhang Kai's fist coming at him. Wang Tsung laughed. Get lost. He easily caught Zhang Kai's fist and gave him a slap. Pa! Zhang Kai staggered back. You. Who are you? How can you be so awesome? Humph. Huaxin University, Wang Tsung. Wang Tsung stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a master at the top. Zhang Kai's face changed. So you're the one with the nickname King of Arrogance. You're incomparably overbearing, love to help others, like to fight for justice, and often help old grannies cross the road. Wang Tsung. That's right, it's me. Zhang Kai was wrong. Brother Tsung, please spare my life. Zhang Kai directly admitted his mistake without any hesitation. Get lost. If you bully the great beauty Xiaoro again, I'll beat you. Yes. Zhang Kai scrambled away. After he left, Li Xiaoro said in shock, Wang Tsung, you actually beat him away. What's this? Wang Tsung smiled. Xiaoro, it's quite cold outside. Let's go in and talk. Yes, close the door while you're at it. I think we can have a chat and talk about my experience of doing good deeds. Unknowingly, Li Xiaoro closed the door. This was the first time Wang Tsung entered Li Xiaoro's bedroom since he met her. A fragrant smell entered his nose. Li Xiaoro said nervously, I really have to thank you just now. If not for you, I really don't know what to do. It's a small matter, Wang Tsung waved his hand. Actually, I was attracted to you the first time I saw you. I think you're a good girl. Although Li Xiaoro was slightly older than Wang Tsung, she had never seen such a scene before. She was so nervous that she forgot to reject him. Dong, dong, dong. Hey, stinky bitch, open the door for me. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Damn, what's going on? Wang Tsung stood up, thinking to himself, didn't I ask Zhang Kai to cooperate with me to play the hero saving the damsel in distress? Why did he come back? I didn't ask him to come and cause trouble twice? Then, he ran to open the door and saw 3 strong men as strong as bears standing at the door. The leader, who had a crew cut, pushed Wang Tsung, Mother Fastris Kerr, you're Li Xiaorou's man. How many times have I told you, this place is going to be demolished soon? What are you still doing here? Wang Tsung's face turned cold. Mother Fastris Kerr, you dare to push me? Wang Tsung smiled and said, let me go first, I'll make a call. Oh, you want to call for help? The strong man smiled. Do you know who I am? Kru Kut Chong. Brother Chong, you still dare to call for help? Do you believe that I'll kill you? I'm not calling for help. I'm calling for a moving company. Wang Tsung shrugged and signaled to the frightened Li Xiaorou not to be afraid. Then, he sent a text message and smiled at the strong man. Big brother, don't worry. The moving company will be here in about 5 minutes. Well, if you had done this earlier, you wouldn't have been slapped. You're smart. Kru Kut Chong smiled disdainfully, thinking that this little bastard was a coward. At this time, he saw Li Xiaorou in the corner, whose clothes were disheveled, and said with a smile, you two were having fun just now. Hee, you're lucky. Wang Tsung said sadly, yeah, I was disturbed by you. Don't you think you should slap me? What did you say? Kru Kut Chong stared at him. At this time, 3 Jinbei cars suddenly drove over, and the big lights lit up the whole room. Then, the car door opened, and dozens of people rushed in. The leader was Zhang Kai, who was holding a baseball bat and shouted, who dares to bully Brother Tsung? I'll kill him. This group of people each held a baseball bat and smashed it at the 3 strong men. No matter how strong the 3 men were, they were no match for so many people. Soon, they were beaten until they cried for their parents and knelt on the ground, trembling. Only then did Wang Tsung leave. Zhang Kai nodded and bowed. Brother Tsung, the 3 of them have been taken care of. Wang Tsung went forward and slapped Kru Kut Chong's face. F***K, how dare you push me? You're courting death. Aren't you quite arrogant? Kru Kut Chong, if you were Baldy Chong, I might have given you some face. Pa. After dozens of slaps, Wang Tsung's hand was sore. Then, he scolded, what are you waiting for? Take turns. Zhang Kai nodded. Yes. Then, he went forward and began slapping them. Soon, the 3 men were slapped until their mothers couldn't recognize them. At this time, Wang Tsung realized that Li Xiaorou had already packed her things. He hurried over with an awkward expression. Xiaorou. Wang Tsung pulled Li Xiaorou's hand shamelessly. Let go. Li Xiaorou flung Wang Tsung's hand away and said angrily, helping others, helping an old granny cross the road. Young Master Wang Tsung is known as a good person. I'm not worthy of that. Li Xiaorou was angry at Wang Tsung for teaming up with Zhang Kai to trick her. She wasn't a fool. When she saw Zhang Kai leading his men here, she figured out everything. This young Master Wang Tsung in front of her was a rich second generation. Otherwise, why would so many people be so obedient? No, I'm doing this to woo you. Wang Tsung explained helplessly. Forget it. I'm not worthy of a rich second generation like you. Li Xiaorou shook her head. Besides, I know what you rich second generations are thinking. You just want to play. Sorry, I, Li Xiaorou, am not interested in you. With that, she pulled her suitcase and left. Chapter 809. Looking at Li Xiaorou's back, Wang Tsung slapped his forehead. F***ck, his plan to pick her up was ruined. Thinking of this, Wang Tsung got even angrier. He turned around and shouted, beat her up properly. $100 per punch. Hearing this, the hooligans surrounding the 3 of them were all pumped up. Then, they all started chanting, 100, 200, 300. Wang Tsung was about to chase after Li Xiaorou when a phone call came in. Wang Tsung picked it up and heard his father, Wang Linjian, coughing. Son. Dad, what's the big deal? If there's nothing important, just leave it at that. Also, transfer me $1 million. I need it urgently, Wang Tsung shouted. That's right, the Wang Tsung here was so sloppy. On the other end of the phone, Wang Linjian almost vomited blood. After a while he said, "Son, you're dad. I can't take it anymore. Hurry home. See me, for the last time." "What? Dad, what's wrong?" Wang Tsung shouted. "I told you to play less with young models and celebrities. Look, your body can't take it anymore. Wait for me, I'll be back soon." When Wang Tsung was born, his mother had already passed away. Hence, the father and son were very close. In the past, Wang Linjian deliberately said that he was sick to trick Wang Tsung into going home. Hence, Wang Tsung still thought that he was lying to him. You. All right, Dad. I know you want me to go home early. I'll be back soon. Beep beep beep. The phone call ended. Wang Linjian's mouth twitched. Unfilial son, unfilial son. CEO Wang, are you sure you want to do this? An old man walked over and asked. Sigh, I don't have a choice. That blackmailer is too scary. Just one phone call and a few people around me died. If this goes on, I'm worried that something will happen to my son. Wang Linjian sighed. Just a few days ago, someone called and asked him to prepare a large sum of money. Otherwise, they would kill everyone in the Wang family. The amount was 100 million. At first, Wang Linjian naturally did not take it to heart. That was because in recent years, there would be people extorting him every year. It was useless. But this time, one day after he rejected them, his aunt received a phone call and jumped off a building to commit suicide. After that, his aunt, and finally his nephew who was around 30 years old, all died. At this moment, he panicked. This was because he knew that the person on the phone was killing his distant relatives. It wouldn't be long before the person would kill the people around him. Therefore, he hurriedly reported the case to the police, but the police were helpless. He had no choice but to give him 100 million. But after that, this person called again. This time he wanted 1 billion. He knew that the other party's goal was not only money, but also to kill them. Thus, he thought of this idea and chased Wang Tsung out of the family, hoping that that person would not target Wang Kong. After all, they were no longer father and son. Yes. But CEO Wang, if you do this, I'm afraid young master won't be able to support himself. That's up to him. All right, I understand. The old man nodded helplessly. 10 minutes later, Wang Tsung rushed in and found Wang Linjian lying on the bed. Dad, are you okay? I told you to control yourself. Look at your body. Did the doctor tell you to eat more chives? Wang Tsung said as soon as he came in. Wang Linjian was so angry that his whole body twitched. He wanted to use a stick to teach this unfilial son a lesson. But when he thought that the mastermind might want to deal with his son, he could only endure it. He took a deep breath and said, Tsung, the doctor said that I have myocardial infarction, heart disease, high blood pressure, diabetes. Anyway, I'm dying. In the future, the family business will be handed over to your second uncle. You won't have any objections, right? Yes, of course. Dad, you. Beep, beep, beep. Before Wang Tsung could finish, a horizontal line appeared on the computer next to him. Wang Linjian's eyes widened and he breathed his last. Actually, Wang Linjian was not sick. He was mainly afraid that Wang Tsung would say something else. Even if he did not die, he was afraid that Wang Tsung would anger him to death. Then, a few doctors in white coats rushed in and checked. In the end, they shook their heads at Wang Tsung's mind exploded. His father was dead. Dad, don't die. Wang Tsung choked and cried. Wang Linjian, who was playing dead, felt warmth in his heart. He thought to himself that although his son was insensible, he was quite filial. What will happen to the inheritance if you die? Wang Tsung cried. F*ck, he had just praised him. Wang Linjian was so angry that he came back to life. You unfilial son. I'm about to die and you're still thinking about the inheritance. I'm serious. I'm still in university and I haven't married yet. Wang Linjian took out a card. There's 10,000 here. The password is 543838. You can only rely on yourself from now on. Dad, what do you mean? You've really disappointed me. You don't have the demeanor I had when I was young. If I had known, I would have pasted you on the wall. Wang Linjian panted and pointed at Wang Tsung's nose. From now on, you're kicked out of the family. What? Wang Tsung's head exploded. I've been chased out of the house. Why is this happening? There's no why. Wang Linjian glared. You've been kicked out. Do you understand? Wang Linjian coughed again. Cough, cough, cough. Get lost. Don't appear in front of me again. You can think of other ways. Wang Tsung was finally brought out by Elder Lin. Elder Lin, it seems like my dad is testing me, Wang Tsung said after they came out. CEO Wang is serious this time. Young master, take care of yourself outside. Elder Lin sighed and left. Wang Tsung was stunned for a long time before he realized that he really had nothing left. His dad wasn't joking with him. Yesterday, he was living a life of luxury. Today, it was all gone. Just then, a call came in. Wang Tsung looked and saw that it was Zhang Kai. After picking up the call, Zhang Kai said, "Brother Tsung, do you have to pay for the act and the beating?" Wang Tsung frowned. Zhang Kai, why are you in such a hurry? Do you think I, Wang Tsung, lack your money? Don't act cool with me, Wang Kong. Your brother told us that you were kicked out of the family. Wang Tsung had a few rich second-generation friends. This time, the news of Wang Tsung being kicked out of the family spread immediately. As Wang Tsung was quite famous around the area, everyone quickly found out about it. That was why Zhang Kai called him in such a hurry. Haha, Zhang Kai, you actually believed that? This is my dad. Think with your toes. Will he really kick me out of the family? Let me tell you, this is a test. A test for me. Do you understand? You idiot. Wang Tsung scolded Zhang Kai loudly. This left Zhang Kai dumbfounded. Could it be, as Wang Tsung said, this was a family test? Otherwise, why would he still be so arrogant? After hanging up, Wang Tsung snorted. He thought to himself, the moment I have no money, this bunch of people start causing trouble for me. Indeed, when a tiger falls from a mountain, he will be bullied by dogs. It was already dark. Wang Tsung was about to find a place to stay when he suddenly saw two people rushing into a small supermarket to rob. The two of them had knives in their hands. The moment they entered, they subdued the supermarket owner and knocked him unconscious. They then robbed a few feet of money. Wang Tsung shook his head and sighed. He silently took out his phone to call the police. However, at that moment, the two people rushed out and bumped into Wang Kong. What are you doing? Seeing that Wang Zhong actually wanted to call the police, the two people's expressions changed. I don't want to call the police. I just... Before Wang Tsung could finish his explanation, the two people looked at him fiercely. F***CK, you want to call the police? Go. As soon as they finished speaking, one of them stabbed Wang Kong, Poochie Poochie. Wang Tsung clutched his stomach and fell to the ground. F***CK, why am I so unlucky? I was just chased out of the house and I actually called. Then, Wang Zhong fell to the ground and stopped breathing. He's dead, he's dead. Soon, Wang Tsung was surrounded. Everyone thought that he was dead. However, a moment later, he opened his eyes in a daze. That's right, Wang Zhong had woken up. He adjusted the time and watched as Wang Tsung was killed before entering his body. He could only enter now because it was still hot. Why is he awake? Awesome, he can still wake up after being stabbed twice. Isn't that so? He's really not an ordinary person. Sigh, that's strange. The blood isn't flowing anymore. Young man, are you okay? What's your parents' phone number? Do you have a girlfriend? You don't have a child at such a young age, right? Do you want me to call an ambulance for you? Auntie, I'm injured. Why are you checking my account? Wang Zhong sat up speechlessly. This world made him feel a little strange. There was a cold aura in the air. This was information that only evil beings had. As expected, the world's spiritual energy had recovered. Wang Zhong thought to himself. His body was very weak now, so he had to rest quickly. There was no need to go to the hospital. He didn't want to encounter any trouble there. After all, according to his experience, the hospital was very dangerous in places where spiritual energy recovered because people died there every day. Young man, why are you up? Someone exclaimed, feeling that something was wrong with Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong waved his hand and said, I'm fine. I'll go to the hospital myself. Excuse me, excuse me. Wang Zhong squeezed through the crowd and left. Soon, Wang Zhong came to a street corner. As he was used to swiping his card, he didn't have any cash on him. Now, he only had enough for a bowl of spicy hot pot. Wang Zhong had a toothache. Forget it. I'll go near the school first and find a place to stay. Fortunately, this place was not far from the school. Wang Zhong recalled everything about the original owner of this body as he walked. In his memory, he remembered that the original owner of this body had a few good friends, so he called his former friends to borrow a place to stay. It was a pity that his so-called friend, who used to call him Brother Tsung, hung up the moment he heard his call. Some of them even laughed at him. What? You want me to help you? Brother Tsung, do you still think you're the rich second generation of the Wang family? Let me tell you, we've all received news that your father is no longer in charge of your company. Do you still think you're Brother Tsung? If you want me to help you, be my underling in the future. Ha ha ha. Listening to the mocking voice on the phone, a wave of grievance, regret, and anger surged in his heart. Damn, a bunch of bastards. How could the original owner of this body play with this group of people in the past? Wang Zhong sighed, thinking that the original owner of this body was really brainless. No wonder he died so tragically. Thinking of this, he had already arrived not far from the school. Not far from the school, there were many small hotels that catered to school couples. The business was very good. The original owner of this body had also brought some girls in to have fun. This was the life of a rich second generation. It was boring, really boring. As there was no place to stay now, Wang Zhong prepared to make do for the night. Just as he was about to find a good place to stay, two sneaky figures caught his attention. He saw two blondes walking into the hotel with a young girl in their arms. One of the blondes quickly pulled the girl to the elevator, while the other paid the bill quickly. The good thing about this kind of small hotel was that it didn't require identification. Originally, it was common to see two dragons and a phoenix, but the key was that the girl was unconscious. Wang Zhong frowned and followed directly into the elevator. The two blondes frowned and said fiercely, Hey, what do you want? Get lost if you know what's good for you. Wang Zhong said, My name is Wang Kong in his memory. Wang Tsung was not only a rich second generation, but also a tyrant here. No one dared to provoke him. Wang Tsung. The blonde on the left had a huge change in expression, the arrogant and despotic king of arrogance, Wang Tsung. Hee, that's me. Get lost immediately. So it's Brother Kong, the two quickly nodded and bowed, not daring to offend him. After getting out of the elevator, the two scrambled away, cursing as they ran. So unlucky. Why did this rich second generation come to this kind of small hotel? After they left, Wang Zhong helped the girl into the hotel. The reason he saved this girl was because it was convenient. After all, he wasn't a bad person. If he could help, then he would help. On the other hand, he recognized that this girl was a famous rich second generation in the school. Don't ask why it was so coincidental to meet a rich second generation. It was because the original owner of this body went to an aristocratic school. The students there were either rich or respectable. The original owner of this body could only be considered above average. Now that he didn't have much money, if he saved this girl, she might be happy and give him some benefits. This way, he wouldn't have to run around for money every day. Without the constraints of money, the next step was to become stronger. On one hand, it was to fulfill the original owner's resentment. On the other hand, only by becoming stronger could he find out the secret of this world's spiritual energy recovery. After getting a room, Wang Zhong casually threw the girl aside. He began to try to absorb the spiritual energy of this world. As he guessed, there was spiritual energy in a place where spiritual energy recovered. He could absorb it. Of course, the speed was very slow. The main reason was that he guessed that it was currently in the early stages of spiritual energy recovery, so there wasn't much spiritual energy. It's better than nothing. Wang Zhong began to immerse himself in cultivation. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Wang Zhong was still cultivating when he heard a deafening voice. "Wang Tsong, you bastard. You. How dare you treat me like this? What's going on?" Wang Zhong opened his eyes unhappily and saw the unconscious girl glaring at him and crying. Chapter 8:10. You big bastard, how dare you treat me like this? The girl's name is Su Meng. Her family's condition is not inferior to Wang Tsong's family. Because they are both rich second generation, Su Meng naturally recognized Wang Kong. Su Meng sat up with difficulty, picked up her phone and said, "I want to call the police, I want to sue you." "Wait a minute, you misunderstood, I saved you." Wang Zhong explained. "Save me?" Su Meng gritted her teeth and angrily threw a pillow. Wang Zhong easily dodged and said, "It's like this, last night you were drugged. Think about it carefully. Wang Tsong, let me ask you, do I have a grudge against you?" Wang Zhong shook his head. "No. I have no grudge against you, then why do you treat me like a fool?" Su Meng bitterly lamented, "I really didn't expect you to be the mastermind of last night's group. Don't say any more, I'll see you in court." This Su Meng also has a violent temper. She picked up her phone without saying anything. Open the door, check the water meter." At this time, there was a knock on the door. "This is a hotel, why would someone check the water meter?" Wang Zhong ran to open the door and saw 4 people blocking the door. 2 of them were the ones who drugged Su Meng last night. "You too?" Wang Zhong frowned. He felt that the other party did not come with good intentions. Sure enough, he saw the 4 people sneering. "Brother Tsong, arrogant and overbearing rich second generation. Ha ha ha." The leader with a mustache immediately mocked. "Look, still pretending to be soft in front of us. Yeah, now who doesn't know that his father has no power, his family is bankrupt. I was wondering, this rich second generation actually lives in this small hotel. It turns out that he's bankrupt. If it weren't for him, we would have already taken Su Meng's nude photos." These 4 people were obviously gangsters in this area. Last night, because they were afraid of Wang Tsong's power, the 2 people who drugged Su Meng did not dare to deal with Wang Kong. But after going back, these 2 people looked at their moments and found out that Wang Tsong's family is bankrupt. His father has been kicked out of the board of directors, that is to say, Wang Tsong is no longer a rich second generation. It was no wonder that the news spread so quickly. Wang Tsong was known as the king of arrogance in the vicinity of the university town. He was famous far and wide, and almost everyone had heard of his name. Although only a few rich second-generation heirs that Wang Tsong knew in the past knew that he had been chased out of his family, someone had spread the news, and the entire school knew about it. The news from these rich second-generation heirs was not fake. Then, the 4 of them discussed and prepared to teach Wang Tsong a lesson. Besides, it was still early in the morning. Su Meng must still be in the hotel. Although they couldn't sleep if they came early, they could still have some fun. The leader with a mustache pushed Wang Zhong into the room and looked at Su Meng, who was lying on the bed in panic and disheveled clothes. He was so angry that his nose was crooked. "You're really something. Su Meng, who we drugged, was taken away by you," the man with a mustache said angrily. When they thought of how Su Meng had been played by Wang Tsong last night, the few men blew their beards and glared at her. Wang Zhong was no longer anxious. He looked at Su Meng and said, "See, I saved you last night. If not, haha. Let's not talk about me. Think about how to escape." Su Meng gritted her teeth. Don't worry about that. I'm no longer a rich second-generation heirs, but you're still so arrogant. Kill him. As they spoke, the few of them rushed over. Especially the man with a mustache, he was especially fierce when fighting. He kicked Wang Zhong fiercely. Su Meng was so scared that her face turned pale. At this moment, she suddenly hoped that nothing would happen to Wang Zhong. Although Wang Tsong was a jerk in the past, he was undoubtedly much better than these 4 punks. She could imagine that once Wang Tsong fell, these 4 punks would definitely bully her. Thinking of this, Su Meng quickly shouted, Wang Tsong, do your best. Although she didn't think that Wang Tsong could win. But at this moment, she really relied on Wang Tsong. Wang Zhong shook his head and thought that it was troublesome. In the next moment, Wang Zhong raised his hands and easily pulled the other party's hand. With a bang, he pushed the other party back. Then, like a magic trick, he pulled the other 2 people's hands. Before the 2 of them could react, they collided with each other. In less than a minute, the 4 punks fell to the ground in a daze and were in pain. You won? Su Meng looked at the punks on the ground and said, I didn't expect Wang Tsong to be so powerful. Wang Zhong said, Now you know that I saved you. I really didn't do anything to you. Su Meng had already noticed that she wasn't violated. She couldn't help but curse in her heart. Is this guy looking down on me, or is he a coward? I'm so cute and beautiful, but he didn't do anything to me. He's worse than a beast. However, no matter what, he did save her. Su Meng didn't say anything. She said, I'll call the police immediately and arrest these people. Soon, the police came. After listening to Su Meng's words, they arrested the 4 punks and took them to the police station. When they left, the police even praised Wang Zhong, saying that he was a hero who saved the beauty. At this time, it was already very late. Su Meng looked at the time and frowned. It's so late. It seems that I must be late for school. It doesn't matter if you're late. Just explain the situation to the teacher. Well, let's go. Wait. Wang Zhong stopped Su Meng. What's the matter? Su Meng was a little unhappy. She didn't understand what Wang Zhong wanted to do. Wang Zhong said, I saved you. Can you give me some money as a reward for saving your life? Su Meng was directly happy. Wang Tsong, are you okay? You're a rich second generation. You actually asked me for money. Is your family bankrupt? Wang Zhong said, It's almost the same as bankruptcy. I was kicked out. Recalling the memory of the original owner, Wang Zhong was also a little puzzled. He didn't know why the original owner's father kicked him out. He always felt that Wang Linjian was hiding something from him. In the past, no matter what he did, his father didn't say anything. At most, he would reprimand him. But now he was kicked out of the house, which made him feel a little strange. You were kicked out? Su Meng was stunned. She felt it was incredible. Yes, I know you're rich. I don't ask for much. Tens of thousands of yuan. It's enough for my recent living expenses. Tens of thousands of yuan is not much, but I have a request. Su Meng rolled her eyes and said with a smile. What request? I just saw that you're very good at fighting. Be my bodyguard in the future. Su Meng was beautiful and kind. She had a good family. There were many pursuers in school. Some of them often harassed her, which made her very speechless. Therefore, it was very convenient to have Wang Zhong as a shield. The most important thing was that she felt that Wang Zhong must have something wrong. After all, she didn't move last night. Wang Zhong didn't do anything. Ha ha, this proved it. So she was very relieved. I can't be your bodyguard, but if you have any trouble, I'll try my best to solve it if I can. Wang Zhong said. Okay, then it's a deal. You can't go back on your words. Su Meng transferred 30,000 yuan to Wang Zhong and said, I'll give you this much first. If you do a good job, I'll give you more later. Otherwise, I won't give you more in the future. This money was a week's pocket money for Su Meng, so she didn't care. Thanks, Let's go now. After walking out of the hotel and eating breakfast, the two went to school. However, after arriving at the school, Wang Zhong found that something was wrong. The whole school was quiet. Looking from the outside, he couldn't see a single person. Something's wrong. Wang Zhong frowned. What's wrong? What's wrong? Su Meng felt strange. Have you noticed? There seems to be no one in the school. Su Meng naturally noticed it. She felt that it was terrifyingly quiet. It's school time, so there's no one outside. Su Meng said to herself, "Let's go. We'll know once we go in." Wang Zhong nodded and walked in vigilantly. But soon, his expression changed slightly because he realized that everything behind him had disappeared. We've come to a special space. Wang Zhong's heart sank. What do you mean? Su Meng was puzzled. Suddenly, she found that the sky suddenly darkened and a cold wind blew. She felt as if she was standing in a graveyard. There were cries and howls everywhere. Evil spirit, Wang Zhong whispered. He never thought that he would encounter such a thing as soon as he arrived. His luck was really good. Evil spirit, what is an evil spirit? Su Meng's heart thumped. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. Don't worry, let's look around. Wang Zhong tried to sense it. Fortunately, he started to cultivate last night. He was no longer an ordinary person. Moreover, the place he was in now was not a sly prison. It should be a lower level than the sly prison. The dark region. This was what the fake crown prince said before he died. The dark region was also a kind of space created by evil spirits. This kind of space was weaker than the sly prison. One couldn't see anything inside. Everything could be illusory. It was easy for people to get lost in there, and it was impossible to enter or exit. You wouldn't die immediately inside. Instead, you would be lost forever. Then, the evil spirits inside would find you one by one and kill you. Thinking of this, Wang Zhong understood that he had encountered evil spirits with the dark region's ability. At this moment, two people jumped down from the roof of a building in the distance. Then, a group of people rushed out of the classroom. Ghost! Ghost! A girl screamed in horror. Halfway through, her cell phone suddenly rang. She looked at the phone in shock. She didn't answer the call, but a voice came from the phone. She couldn't make out the specific syllables. She could only vaguely hear a girl talking. The girl's voice seemed to be blocked, making her unable to make any sound. She could only make sounds with difficulty. The sound of the phone stopped abruptly. The next moment, the girl who received the call seemed to be controlled and walked to the edge of the balcony. With a smile on her face, she happily opened her hands and jumped down. She's being controlled by an evil spirit. Damn it, everyone run. Everyone ran away in horror. Those who ran fast were very lucky. They all ran away, but those who ran slow were all caught up by the darkness behind them. What the hell is going on? In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with corpses. Su Meng was stunned. Her legs kept trembling because of fear. The scene in front of her had a strong impact on her. She wanted to run, but she didn't know where to go. Wang Zhong's face was solemn. Wang Zhong touched his spirit energy, and a light flashed in his eyes. He saw that behind this group of people, there was an old man who looked like a dead tree in the darkness. His dead fish eyes stared at the escaping crowd, and then he followed. As he followed, the dark tide got closer and closer to the students. This darkness could rot a person's skin and flesh, making them suffer a fate worse than death, dying a miserable death. In addition, the ringtone was also unusual. Because downstairs, a woman in white was holding a cell phone in her hand and making a call. Everyone who was called would feel as if they were possessed. But in fact, Wang Zhong could see that the sounds could mess with people's minds. The woman in white downstairs was waving at people and asking them to come down. Therefore, anyone who received the call would jump off the building. Because the dark zone was much weaker than the sly prison, Wang Zhong could still absorb a lot of energy here. This made him feel good. Wang Tsung, it's over. We've seen a ghost. What should we do? Su Meng was about to cry. Wang Zhong sensed that the woman in white was the only one who could see her. Obviously, this was the evil spirit mentioned in the paranormal files. Code name: Calling Girl. This evil spirit wasn't very strong. He could consider dealing with it first. He strode over. The girl on the phone turned her head and looked at him. She was a woman in white with a great figure, but her cheeks were rotten. Worms crawled in and out of her eyes. It was disgusting. The woman sensed the spiritual energy on Wang Zhong's body. She stuck out her rotten tongue and smiled. She slowly put the cell phone to her ear. She was going to call Wang Zhong. Clink clink. The phone rang. Wang Zhong didn't pick up the phone, but at this moment, the phone picked up by itself. An unpleasant sound came from the phone. Wang Zhong knew that the girl on the phone was messing with his mind. Suddenly, Wang Zhong's eyes turned black. He walked forward as if he was being controlled. He was getting closer and closer to the girl on the phone. At this moment, the girl on the phone curled her lips into a cruel smile. Another idiot had been controlled by her. After he killed himself, he would absorb his essence, energy, and soul, and his strength would increase again. What a wonderful feeling. She missed it so much. Soon, Wang Zhong was in front of her. The girl on the phone had a look of confusion on her cold face. She was indeed very curious. She had ordered this guy to jump off the building. Why was he in front of her? She looked at Wang Zhong coldly and messed with his mind again. Jump off the building for me. You, jump off the building for me. Your best choice is to jump off the building for you. 3 consecutive orders were given. To everyone's surprise, Wang Zhong suddenly raised his head and grinned at the lady on the phone. What about you, jumping off a building? The next moment, Wang Zhong raised his hand and slapped her. Slap. The girl on the phone was sent flying. Chapter 8:11. Due to the attack, the main body of the evil spirit suddenly appeared. At this moment, many people could see that there was a woman with a rotten face lying on the ground. She was dressed in white, and her face was hideous and terrifying. However, what was strange was that she was suddenly sent flying by Wang Zhong with a slap. What was even more surprising was that the woman had a dumbfounded look in her eyes. The young lady on the phone got up angrily and glared at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong raised his hand. Without saying a word, he sent another slap down. Slap. Do you think I don't care about my reputation? The young lady on the phone went from dumbfounded to shocked. She realized that Wang Zhong was not an ordinary person. However, she did not back down. What a joke. She was a very powerful evil spirit. How could she back down now? Immediately, she glared at Wang Zhong fiercely and stretched out her withered hands to grab Wang Zhong. What? What do you think you can do to me? Wang Zhong swung his hand again. This slap contained the huge amount of spirit energy that he had just absorbed. The young lady on the phone was flung so hard that she could not even recognize her surroundings. After that, Wang Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, just as he had guessed, other than the sly prison, the other evil spirits he encountered were not worth mentioning. The evil spirits that were extremely terrifying to ordinary people were nothing to him. Of course, this was also because the woman he encountered was weak. If he encountered one with the sly prison, it would be difficult. The young lady on the phone was beaten until her soul power was unstable. She fell to the ground and screamed in pain. Traces of black soul power overflowed from her body. This was the essence, energy, and spirit that evil spirits relied on to survive. They killed people to absorb this. Without this, they would die. Of course, if it was reduced, they would become weaker. Wang Zhong didn't care about him anymore, as a large group of students were hiding behind him in order to obtain protection. Brother Tsung, you are my big brother. You must save us. Brother Tsung, I used to listen to you the most. You have to save me. Another former underling hurriedly said. Brother Tsung, didn't you say that you wanted me to accompany you? As long as you save me. You can do anything to me, really. A pretty girl was about to cry. Originally, other than being rich, Wang Tsung didn't have a good reputation in this place. However, after the students saw his skills, they all rushed over to curry favor with him. Wang Zhong didn't say anything because he had another opponent. In this dark region, there were two evil spirits. The young lady who made the call was one of them. The other was the old man who looked like a dead tree. The black aura on the old man's body was obviously much denser, which meant that he was stronger. His ability is to release the evil domain, trap people here, and then use his own rotten aura to kill the people inside. The black fog came to a stop in front of Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong furrowed his eyebrows as he used the spiritual energy in his body to resist the black fog. The old man's black pupils slowly raised and looked at Wang Zhong. Although he didn't say anything, the black fog on his body surged. The black fog seemed to be incomparably angry and continued to pounce. This old man was obviously not easy to deal with. If this dragged on for a long time, it would only deplete his spiritual power faster. Fortunately, he didn't forget his previous skills. With his spiritual power on his body, Wang Zhong removed his defense and took the initiative to move forward. The black fog couldn't do anything to him? The old man's cold gaze looked at Wang Zhong. He saw Wang Zhong raise his hand, as if he was about to fight. In the next moment, the old man's black fog retreated. He didn't seem to want to fight with Wang Zhong, so he chose to retreat. What left with him was the endless black fog. The old man finally left. Wang Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. He seemed to be arrogant just now, but in fact, he wasn't confident. After all, this old man wasn't weak. All his bargaining chips were that the old man could only be attacked by the black fog. The black fog couldn't cause him any harm in a short time, so he could go over and attack the old man's body. Fortunately, he made the right bet. The old man's body must have a flaw, so he was afraid. The old man finally left, and the remaining students were all rescued. However, the young lady who made the call didn't leave. Her body dissipated again, and she was lying on the ground with serious injuries. The others couldn't see her, but Wang Zhong could. After thinking about it, Wang Zhong felt that he might be able to get some information from her. For example, where did they come from? If he knew the ins and outs, he would know the secret of the recovery of spiritual power. We survived. While Wang Zhong was deep in thought, the people around him had a look of lingering fear on their faces. Haha. We've finally survived. Thank you, Brother Kong. If it weren't for you, we would all be dead. Yeah, I didn't expect Brother Tsung to be so powerful. I was really blind before. Brother Tsung, I'll follow you from now on. Everyone, stop arguing. I just called the police. We'll definitely get to the bottom of this, Su Meng shouted. It's useless. Suddenly, a man in a suit walked out. Wang Zhong frowned and said, You are... Brother Tsung, this person just came to us. He said he's an evil spirit security officer and wants to teach us something about evil spirits. A girl said. Wang Zhong said, An evil spirit security officer? Yes, our special instruments detected traces of evil spirits in this place, so we came to evacuate the students. We didn't expect that it was too late. Fortunately, you're here. You're not an ordinary person, right? Wang Zhong said, I've learned a little. Okay, let's talk later. Now I'll tell you something. The man looked at everyone and began to talk. From his narration, everyone knew that the world was different. In the past few years, some incredible things had happened one after another. These things were all done by evil spirits. At the same time, many strange things had happened among ordinary people. They could use the power of evil spirits. These people were called spirit slaves. I'm a spirit slave. The man looked at everyone. Now, everyone leave here. My teammates will come later. The students left one by one. The man then said to Wang Zhong, "My name is Li Hu. What about you?" "Wang Kong. You're also a spirit slave? But something's wrong. I don't see the existence of evil spirits on you." Every time a spirit slave used the power of evil spirits would appear on his body. Wang Zhong didn't have any evil spirits on him just now, which meant that he was not a spirit slave. Wang Zhong said, "I learned Kung Fu when I was a child." "Kung Fu?" The man's eyes lit up. He wanted to ask more, but at this time, his phone rang. It was his teammates. He answered the phone and reported the situation here. Then he said to Wang Zhong, "Young man, I still have something to do here. Leave me your phone number. You go first. I'll contact you later." Wang Zhong heard it and agreed. Then they saw heavily armed people coming in one by one. Wang Zhong and Su Meng quickly left. In fact, no one had noticed that the injured female caller had been picked up by Wang Zhong and brought out. Wang Zhong was prepared to ask a few questions. The lady who had called him was a very important person. "Wang Tseng, I want to learn Kung Fu from you." Just as he was about to leave, Su Meng quickly caught up with Wang Tseng and said. Wang Zhong was stunned. "Kung Fu? Sister, did you get the wrong person?" "I'm not talking nonsense," Su Meng stubbornly said. Wang Zhong said straightforwardly, "Forget it. You're a beautiful woman. If you learn Kung Fu from me, you'll be laughed at." Wang Zhong thought she was joking. "No, I found out that your Kung Fu is so powerful that you can deal with those evil spirits. I heard from the evil spirit security officer that the world will be full of those things in the future. It's terrible. I've decided to learn from you so that I can protect myself and my family." It turned out that this was her idea. Wang Zhong understood in his heart, but he still shook his head. "Sorry, I really don't have time." "Wang Tseng." Su Meng suddenly became anxious. The world had become too terrible now. If there was a big boss who could save her, she naturally wanted to catch him. Then she quickly chased after him and shouted, "Wang Tseng, teach me. I'm willing to do anything." However, it was a pity that Wang Zhong suddenly increased his speed and left this place. Wang Zhong walked with the young lady who was on the phone. Soon, they came to a small alley. It was very quiet and there was no one there. This evil spirit was called a young lady. In fact, it was not wrong. Because this evil spirit was very young, but she died miserably. Her face was rotten. She stared at Wang Zhong with resentment and subconsciously covered her chest with her hand. Her expression was ferocious, as if she was threatening Wang Zhong not to touch her. She was super fierce. Wang Zhong saw this scene and was speechless. "Hey, young lady, you don't have to be like this. I don't want to do anything to you." The young lady naturally did not believe him. She wanted to leave this place. Wang Zhong asked, "I know you can understand what I'm saying. I'm asking you now, where are you from?" The young lady opened her mouth as if she wanted to speak, but she could not speak at all. "Hey, you can't speak? No wonder you haven't spoken." Wang Zhong nodded. He understood. "Forget it, I'll find some paper and pen for you later." Wang Zhong sighed. The next step was to find a place to live. Wang Tseng walked toward the small alley where Li Xiaoro lived yesterday. Because it was closer and it was dark, he might encounter some evil spirits. The sky was a little dark and it seemed like it was going to rain. Wang Zhong took his school bag and finally came to the entrance of the small alley. Looking at the small rental advertisement on the wall, Wang Zhong prepared to call the rental number. Soon, the call was connected. An old man said that because this place was about to be demolished, he would not rent a house anymore. The phone hung up. Subconsciously, Wang Zhong looked at Li Xiaoro's house. He found that the shop was still open. A woman wearing a deep V shirt and a pink skirt was packing things at the door. It was Li Xiaoro. Wang Zhong remembered that the original Wang Tseng fell in love with Li Xiaoro at first sight. So perhaps it was the original Wang Zhong's obsession. Wang Zhong looked at this Li Xiaoro a few more times. "Boss, sell all these scrap." At this time, Li Xiaoro said to a middle-aged man who was collecting scrap. It turned out that Li Xiaoro wanted to move out. Although her luggage was packed, she was ready to sell all the things she did not want. The middle-aged man was obviously very wretched. He fiercely glanced at Li Xiaoro and said with a smile, "Good, good, the scrap iron is now 50 cents per kilogram." Li Xiaoro unhappily covered her chest and said, "Please hurry up." "Hey miss, don't worry, this work is always done little by little. Right, you look like you want to move, right? I'll help you move, I don't need your money." The middle-aged man said wretchedly. "No need." Li Xiaoro frowned. If she had not recently opened a small restaurant with her friends and was really short of money, she would not bother to deal with this wretched person. At this moment, she just wanted to end the conversation with this person. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man looked around. Because this place was going to be demolished, there were very few people here. So his courage suddenly increased and said wretchedly, "Beauty, I'll not only help you move things, I'll also give you money, how about it?" After saying that, he actually moved closer. "What do you want? Please get out of the way, I'm not selling these things." Li Xiaoro coldly reprimanded. "Hey, why are you in such a hurry? It's not like I'm not giving you money." The wretched man actually reached out his hand to touch her. "Get lost." Fortunately, when Li Xiaoro was about to suffer a big loss, a pair of big feet kicked the man in the middle away. Wang Zhong slowly retracted his leg and coldly snorted, "Get lost immediately. Otherwise, I'll beat you up." After saying that, Wang Zhong's heart was also helpless. The original owner's obsession was too deep. If he helped, it would be very troublesome. If he did not help, the original owner's obsession was too deep and would affect his actions. If there was no other way, then he would help. Although the middle-aged man was wretched, but his courage was not big. He quickly pushed the tricycle and left. Seeing that it was Wang Zhong who saved her, Li Xiaoro was stunned for a moment. Then she looked at Wang Zhong and said, "It's you." Xiaoro, I know, you're the one who found that tricycle guy, right?" Before Wang Zhong finished speaking, Li Xiaoro's face was full of disdain. "Wang Zhong, can't you be a little more creative? Is there any meaning in deliberately saving me all day long? What are you talking about?" Wang Zhong knew that Li Xiaoro misunderstood again. This was also the original owner's fault. In order to chase a woman, he used so many planes. He was so rich, why couldn't he just throw money at her? Why did he have to go through so much trouble? Wang Zhong could only say, "I'm really saving you." "Humph, you think I'll believe that? I'm really not a rich second generation anymore. I was kicked out by my family," Wang Zhong explained. "You were kicked out?" Li Xiaoro frowned. "Why would I lie to you?" Wang Zhong took out his phone and showed her the number. "I just called the landlord. I want to find a house, but there's no house left. What do you think I should do?" With that, Wang Zhong looked at the things on the ground and said, "Anyway, I have nothing to do. I'll help you carry your things." This could be considered as helping the original owner once again. "Okay then." Li Xiaoro nodded. Looking at Wang Zhong's back, she hesitated for a moment and said, "If you don't mind, you can come to my new restaurant and work part-time as a waiter." Wang Zhong paused. He was a little happy. This woman's heart was quite kind. Seeing him like this, she didn't care about the past and even offered to help him. She was a good person. New book, Global Game Evolution. Chapter 8:12. Seeing that Wang Zhong did not speak, Li Xiaoro thought that Wang Zhong was embarrassed, so she continued, "Don't worry, although my restaurant is co-owned, I own the majority of the shares. Besides, now that it's newly opened, the restaurant is indeed short of manpower, but don't be too happy, I can only give you 1,500 yuan a month." "Thank you, but I have other things to do." "Weren't you kicked out? What else do you have to do?" Li Xiaoro was puzzled. "Let's not talk about this, I'll help you carry your things, let's go." Wang Zhong had other things to do, he did not want to stay any longer. Well, let's go. This time, Wang Zhong saved her and helped her drive away the garbage collector, so Li Xiaorou's attitude towards Wang Zhong changed greatly, so she spoke politely. Arriving at Li Xiaorou's restaurant, the restaurant's location was not bad, there was a lot of traffic, and the area was quite good, it had 2 floors. This location plus the area, the rent isn't cheap, right? Wang Zhong put down the things and asked casually. According to the original Wang Tsong's understanding, Li Xiaorou could not take out so much money. It's not cheap, 300,000 yuan a year. I borrowed money from my deceased parents to invest in the house. As for the renovation, it was paid by my little sister, we cooperated, and it hasn't opened yet. When speaking, Li Xiaorou's face was full of enthusiasm. Obviously, she put a lot of effort into this restaurant. Li Xiaorou opened the door and said, "Our restaurant mainly sells dinner and midnight snacks. Are you sure you don't want to work? I know you're still a student, you can work part-time, I'll allow you to come a little later, every day at 8 o'clock, only for midnight snacks, okay?" Wang Zhong smiled and shook his head, he did not have time to work. "Oh, isn't this young Master Wang?" At this time, a mocking voice sounded. Wang Zhong looked back, he did not expect it to be Zhang Kai. "Zhang Kai, what's the matter?" Wang Zhong's face was cold, he did not expect to meet this guy in the middle of the night. "Hee, I wanted to see who opened the new restaurant, I didn't expect to see an old acquaintance." Zhang Kai's eyes were like a machine gun, unscrupulously sweeping across Li Xiaorou's beautiful body. Then he chuckled, "Li Xiaorou, you're still following this lousy rich kid. Don't you know that he's been kicked out by his family? Follow me in the future. I promise you, I'll let you live a good life. Zhang Kai, I advise you to scram immediately. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." Wang Zhong said coldly. "Wang Tsong, who the hell do you think you are? I heard everything just now. You still want to work here? Looks like you've really been crippled." The news was right. Zhang Kai shook his head and stretched out his hand. "Let's settle the previous debt. I need to eat with my brothers. I can't let you beat them up for nothing. Zhang Kai, don't go overboard." Wang Tsong is already in such a state and you are still adding insult to injury. "Please leave," Li Xiaorou hastily said. "Oh, you still dare to talk about me? Don't you know that this area is under my protection? Who doesn't dare to pay protection fees? Be careful, or you'll suffer in the future." Li Xiaorou was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. This restaurant was her everything. She didn't expect to encounter someone collecting protection fees before it even opened. Because of anger, Li Xiaorou's eyes were red. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'll call the police." "Haha, call the police. I'll see who cares. When the time comes, I'll smash this place of yours and let you know my power." You. Just when she didn't know what to do, Wang Zhong stood in front of her and said to Zhang Kai, "Leave in 30 seconds. Otherwise, I'll beat you up and leave." Now, he was someone who knew the evil spirit security officer Li Hu. If he dared to make a move, he would teach him a lesson. "Mother ***, you're addicted to showing off." Zhang Kai roared and suddenly threw a punch at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong lifted his leg and kicked Zhang Kai in the chest. "Mother ***. Zhang Kai was flustered and exasperated. He suddenly took out a dagger from his waist and rushed over again. Wang Zhong frowned. He raised his hand and easily caught the other's wrist. Then he twisted it. Zhang Kai felt pain and the dagger fell to the ground. Unexpectedly, he still had a dagger hidden in his other hand. He stabbed at Wang Zhong. "Be careful." Li Xiaorou was shocked. Wang Zhong hurriedly dodged, but the dagger brushed past his arm, leaving behind a large gash. Wang Zhong was furious. This guy dared to hurt him. Immediately, he threw a punch at Zhang Kai. His front teeth were knocked out. Zhang Kai was shocked. He didn't expect Wang Tsong to be so powerful. Seeing Wang Zhong coming over to hit him, he quickly covered his mouth and cursed before running away. "You're injured. Are you okay? Li Xiaoro ran over and looked at the wound on Wang Zhong's arm worriedly. No need. It's just a small injury. I'll be fine after some rest. Wang Zhong said. Okay then. I'll stay upstairs in the hotel. I'll help you up. Li Xiaoro quickly helped Wang Zhong upstairs. The wound looks big. I'll bandage it for you. Although Li Xiaoro just moved in, the room was already very clean. Wang Zhong sniffed the air. The room was indeed very fragrant. Li Xiaoro took out a medicine box. While bandaging Wang Zhong's wound, she said, "That Zhong Kai is really hateful. He suffered a loss this time. I'm afraid he'll come looking for trouble in the future. Wang Tsung, you saved me again. It's okay. If he dares to come again, I'll teach him a lesson." At this moment, Wang Zhong wanted to kill him. Looking at the young lady who was on the phone, Wang Zhong's heart moved. Wouldn't it be fine if she called Zhong Kai later? For the time being, Wang Zhong didn't think much about it. Then he looked around and asked, "Are you staying here alone for the time being?" "Yes, I haven't finished packing yet. If you don't have a place to go today, why don't you sleep here? I'll help you find a place to rent in the next few days. See if there's a cheap place to rent." Li Xiaoro said this because of Wang Zhong's arm injury. Wang Zhong was ready to leave after bandaging his wound, so he shook his head and said, "The rent here should be quite expensive. I'll leave later." Li Xiaoro smiled. "You helped me. This is nothing." She looked around and said, "Besides, the rent for this room is quite cheap. The landlord only charged me 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan, why is it so cheap? I heard that this place is haunted, so I got a bargain." Li Xiaoro's expression was dull. "You said that there are still superstitious people in this day and age. How can there be ghosts in this world?" Wang Zhong was stunned for a moment. Was this place haunted? He glanced around the room and didn't find anything strange for the time being. However, he believed that since this place was haunted, it certainly wasn't a groundless rumor. So he decided to live here first. "Thank you. I'll move out when I find a place." "No problem." Li Xiaoro didn't care. Although her impression of Wang Zhong was not good at first, after this contact, she felt that Wang Zhong was quite good. On the other hand, she didn't worry about the inconvenience of living together because of the difference between men and women. This was because she had a close friend here, He Man Yu. This girl was her roommate and also her close friend who had opened the restaurant together. With both women here, Wang Zhong wouldn't dare to do anything. After making the bed for Wang Zhong, Li Xiaoro went to work. Wang Zhong walked around the room. For the time being, he didn't find any haunted place. This meant that it might not be in the room, but in the building. Putting this matter aside, he took out a pen and paper. He looked at the young lady who was on the phone and asked, "Now I'll say it, you write it. I ask you, what's your name?" The young lady on the phone looked at Wang Zhong blankly and shook her head slightly. "Don't know." Wang Zhong asked again, "How did you appear here?" Slap. Wang Zhong slapped her. "I'm asking you a question. What the hell say?" The young lady on the phone felt wronged. She stretched out her hand and wrote on the paper, "From darkness." The specific name, "I don't know. From Hong Kong." Wang Zhong muttered to himself. Then, he asked fiercely, "How did he die just because he called someone? Where did your skills come from?" The young lady on the phone looked even more ferocious. She seemed to be recalling, but the memories were very painful, making her face look even more ferocious. "By the way, you're already dead. Can't you make your face look better?" "Do you know that your current appearance makes me lose my appetite?" Wang Zhong reminded her. The young lady on the phone nodded silently. After a while, her face returned to how it was before she died. It was a delicate face, a bit like Zhao Liying's when she was young. It was a pity that such a beautiful girl died at such a young age. Wang Zhong thought in his heart and asked, "Isn't it good? Why did you harm people?" At this moment, Wang Zhong was holding a notebook and sitting by the bed. It was a bit like an interrogation. Hurry up and tell me. I'm taking notes. The young lady continued to write. We want to become very powerful. Oh. The young lady looked at Wang Zhong and continued to write. My face is rotten. I want to scare people to death. I want to absorb the essence of others when they die. How did you die? She began to recall again. The young lady on the phone closed her eyes in pain and began to write again. They wanted to harm me. They locked me up. I called the police. Then, they smashed me to death. After saying that, the young lady on the phone touched her head in disappointment. There was a clear dent on her head. Presumably, someone had smashed her to death. How long have you been dead? Many years. Wang Zhong nodded and thought about it. Although this evil spirit was weaker than the withered old man, it did take a lot of time to form such an evil spirit. Now, everything was clear. Although he didn't know where the evil spirits came from, Wang Zhong knew one thing. That was, the evil spirits all came from a dark place. Sure enough, these evil spirits are not natives here. Over the next few days, Wang Zhong continued to absorb the spiritual energy. The school was now closed, and he didn't go to school. No one from the evil spirit security personnel came to contact him. It was particularly quiet, and Wang Zhong felt good. Although his spiritual power was thin, because of his good foundation in the past, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, he was sure that if he met the old man again, he would definitely be able to deal with him. Living with Li Xiaoro didn't cause any trouble. On the contrary, Li Xiaoro's roommate was missing. According to Li Xiaoro, her roommate had gone on a business trip and would be back in a few days. Originally, this was nothing. However, 3 days later, when he saw Li Xiaoro's roommate, Himanyu, Wang Zhong realized that something was wrong. This Himanyu's face was dark and her face was dark yellow. Especially on her back, there was a dark shadow lying on it. In an instant, Wang Zhong knew why Li Xiaoro said that this place was haunted. It must be Himanyu's. He didn't say anything. Himanyu didn't like to talk much, and her health wasn't good. When she came back, she rested. Li Xiaoro went out to work. Wang Zhong opened Himanyu's door. What are you doing? Himanyu's expression changed slightly. She was a little dissatisfied with having another man in the house. However, Li Xiaoro said that Wang Zhong wouldn't stay for long, so she turned a blind eye. However, she didn't expect him to enter her room. No, she had to call the police immediately. Wang Zhong spoke at this time. Do you feel cold on your back and weak all over? Have you been like this these days? And you don't do anything well. You are very unlucky. Wang Zhong's words caused Himanyu to gawk. You? How did you know? She was very strange. Because even Li Xiaoro didn't know about these things. She was a person who didn't like to confide in others. This time, Wang Zhong was so accurate that she was a little stunned. Wang Zhong said, because I know something that you can't understand. As he said that, Wang Zhong walked in. Himanyu's heart tightened. Don't mess around. I will call the police. Just give me a minute. The thing behind Himanyu wasn't strong. It was basically solved easily. Immediately, Wang Zhong stretched out his hand and grabbed Himanyu's back. Himanyu didn't have time to react. Suddenly, she felt light all over and extremely comfortable. At this moment, Wang Zhong was already holding a black child in his hand. He bared his teeth at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong slapped him with a backhand. This scene sent a chill down Himanyu's spine. You. Who are you hitting? Wang Zhong didn't intend to hide anything and said, It's just a little thing. Little thing? You can't be talking about. That's right. Wang Zhong shrugged his shoulders. Sure enough, there are such things in this world. Himanyu's eyes turned red and she was about to cry. You know about these things? Yes, many people died at the place where I worked. Later, I escaped. A person called the Evil Spirit Security Officer contacted me and asked me some questions. Only then did I know that this world had become terrifying. These days, my mind is full of those things. I just want to go out and relax, but it's useless. Wang Zhong said, "Yes, but you can rest assured in the future. This evil spirit has been dealt with by me." Feeling the comfortable feeling in her body, Himanyu said in surprise, "Really, I feel much better." "Alright, you should rest well. You'll be fine after a sleep." Yes, thank you." Seeing that Wang Zhong had really gone out, Himanyu murmured, "Li Xiaorou's friend is pretty good. He can actually deal with the evil spirit." Chapter 8:13. After Wang Zhong returned to the house, the little evil spirit in his hand struggled desperately, obviously trying to escape. After Wang Zhong asked for a while, the evil spirit refused to say anything. Obviously, it was not intelligent, unlike the girl on the phone who would admit defeat. Therefore, Wang Zhong lost his patience and directly killed the evil spirit with a slap. To Wang Zhong's surprise, as the evil spirit dissipated, a surge of spirit energy rushed out of the room. These were all from the little evil spirit. Ha! Wang Zhong did not expect this and quickly absorbed it. This time, his strength more than doubled. Seeing this scene, the girl on the phone next to him was stunned. She looked at Wang Zhong in horror, fearing that Wang Zhong would directly absorb her if he was unhappy. Fortunately, Wang Zhong felt that she was still a little useful, so he waved his hand and asked her to go play. So, every evil spirit will overflow with spirit energy after death? This is probably because these evil spirits can grow to this level because they were born in a place full of spirit energy. Wang Zhong guessed in his heart. This made him feel that he had to find more evil spirits in the future to make himself stronger. When he was strong enough, it would be time to solve the recovery of spirit energy in this world. After that, he had been cultivating at home. In the afternoon, Himanyu cooked something and invited Wang Zhong to eat together. After eating, Wang Zhong was ready to go out to find some evil spirits. Himanyu also said that she would go downstairs to the restaurant to clean up. But just as she went downstairs, a Cadillac stopped at the door at this time. Seeing the car, Himanyu's expression changed. She inadvertently glanced at Wang Zhong, and her eyes lit up. She quickly said, "Wang Zhong, do me a favor later." What's the matter?" Wang Zhong was curious. "There will be a guy looking for me later. You can be my boyfriend." "Nanny?" Wang Zhong was stunned and subconsciously pointed to his nose. "I can be your boyfriend. Don't think too much. That rich second generation is annoying. He keeps chasing me. Let's go." As he spoke, he pulled Wang Zhong towards the parking area. Just as she reached the car, the Cadillac stopped as well. A man in a suit got out and walked towards Himanyu with flowers in his hand. "Manyu, I sent you a message. Why didn't you reply to me? I made a reservation at the French restaurant in front. Let's go together." The man's attitude was gentle. As he spoke, he vigilantly glanced at Wang Zhong and asked, "This is?" Although Wang Zhong used to be a rich second-generation heir, he wasn't famous after all, so the man didn't recognize Wang Zhong's identity. "Ahem, hello, I'm Manyu's boyfriend, Wang Kong." As he spoke, he took the initiative to wrap his arms around Himanyu's slender waist. With a slight tug, he pulled Himanyu to his side. The man's eyes were wide open. He had chased after Himanyu for so long, but he hadn't even been able to touch her hand. He had even been rejected by Himanyu several times. This guy who popped out of God knows where was actually hugging Himanyu. He even hugged her tiny waist that he had been dreaming of. The man's eyes instantly turned red with jealousy. Although Himanyu was embarrassed and thought that Wang Zhong was deliberately taking advantage of her, after all, she had asked Wang Zhong to pretend to be her boyfriend. She could only accept this loss. "Cheng Daming, didn't I say last time that I have a boyfriend, so it's impossible between us?" Himanyu's face was awkward, mainly because she was hugged by Wang Zhong. "Manyu, this is your boyfriend? How is he worthy of you?" Chang Daming said anxiously. Sir, we're in love with each other. Please let me through. My girlfriend wants to treat me to a meal. Wang Zhong had no choice. Who asked him to live in someone else's house? He just had to help. What? You want to treat him to a meal? Chang Daming's eyes widened. Are you being cheated? What do you do? Wang Tseng, I'm still a student. Wang Zhong was a man of few words. He found it funny in his heart. This Chang Daming's brain was obviously not enough. He couldn't get a girl, but he still pestered her. This would only make a woman more disgusted. If it were him, he wouldn't be like this, but… What? Student? Chang Daming was a little incredulous. It's true. I like him. He Monu was expressionless. Then, she urged Wang Zhong to get in the car and finally left. Looking at the car leaving, Chang Daming's face was cold. Okay. B*TCH wants to do things the hard way. I'll let you be proud for a while. When the time comes, I'll play you to death. In the car, Wang Zhong asked curiously, He Monu, that guy is chasing you. You seem to hate him? Of course. He was introduced to me by someone on a blind date. I thought he was good, but I didn't expect him to get a room with me the first time we met. I'm so angry. Do you think I'm such a person? Of course you're not. Wang Zhong found it funny. That guy was really stupid. He got a room with me the first time we met. He should have at least asked me the second time. Let's not talk about him. Okay. The two of them went out for a while, turned a corner and returned to the restaurant. Then they went in. However, when they went in, Li Xiaoro was not there. The waiter said that she had something to do and went out. At this time, a man in a business car in front picked up the phone and said, Brother Cheng, we're here. You guessed it right. That guy and your woman are inside. Alright, I know this guy. His name is Wang Kong. He used to be a rich kid. Now, he's been kicked out by his father. Okay, Zhang Kai. I don't care who he is. Act according to the plan. Don't worry, Brother Cheng. After hanging up, Zhang Kai smiled coldly. Wang Tseng, I wanted to take revenge on you. I didn't expect someone to touch you. Let's see how you're going to die this time. Did you hear? There seems to be some supernatural incidents in the bar in front. I heard about it too. Damn, 2 ladies hanged themselves in the toilet. Later, people often saw the 2 figures inside. They were scared to death. The bar owner invited a mage over, but it was useless. I really don't know what's going on. It's haunted. Things have been happening in many places recently. Isn't the school in front like this? Hearing this, Wang Zhong's heart skipped a beat. Wang Tseng, where did you learn this from? You can even deal with evil spirits. He Monu asked while packing up. Hey, beauty, you're having dinner with your friends. Do you want to have a drink? At this time, one of Zhang Kai's men walked over, obviously provoking her. Wang Zhong didn't expect Zhang Kai to come again. It seemed that the lesson he learned last time wasn't deep enough. He Monu frowned slightly. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Beauty, my brother Shanji wants to buy you a drink. Don't you think you're not giving him face? Another man chimed in. There were a total of 5 or 6 people in this group, and all of them had tattoos on their bodies. They all looked fierce and fiendish, as though Wang Zhong and He Monu owed them millions of dollars. Sorry, we're done. Please leave, or I'll call the police, He Monu said in disgust. Call the police? Call the police. I'd like to see who dares to call the police here. Yeah, girl, I think you're pretty. Why are you with this gigolo? Come with me. Ha ha ha. The group of people laughed. Many of them looked at Wang Zhong provocatively, waiting for Wang Zhong to come over. You're really shameless. He Monu was so angry that her face turned red. Wang Zhong took a sip of tea, then stood up and said indifferently, Who asked you to come? Hearing this, everyone was amused. The guy nicknamed Pheasant came forward and grabbed at Wang Zhong's collar. Wang Zhong took a step back and dodged the other party's palm. Wow, you're quite fast. Shanji waved his hand, and these people instantly surrounded Wang Zhong. Don't do it. Himanyu suddenly stood up and stood in front of Wang Zhong without hesitation. Then she motioned Wang Zhong not to do it. After all, in her opinion, Wang Zhong was only one person who could deal with evil spirits. These people were all gangsters here, and they would definitely be at a disadvantage if they fought. Wow, beauty, what else do you have to say? Your friend is very awesome. He wants to see my boss. I apologize for him. Everyone, don't fight. Wang Tsung, let's go. Himanyu hurriedly pulled Wang Zhong away, but this group of people quickly blocked her way. Shanji rarely treats you to a meal. We won't cause trouble for this guy, but you have to be sensible. Himanyu's face was ugly. She wanted to refuse, but she was afraid of fighting, so she nodded helplessly. But before she finished, Wang Zhong pulled her behind him and said indifferently, "Get out. I don't want to disturb the business here. TCH, you're asking for death. Wang Tsung, don't be impulsive." Himanyu was so anxious that she was sweating. At this time, Zhang Kai and Cheng Daming came over. "Manyu, what's wrong?" Cheng Daming asked nervously. "Cheng Daming?" Himanyu was surprised and quickly told him what happened. Zhang Kai next to her said, "Oh, I see. Miss He, don't worry. I know these people, and they all listen to me." Then he walked over to negotiate. Wang Zhong could see that Cheng Daming wanted to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. He purposely let Zhang Kai and his lackeys come over to cause trouble, and then he would come out to negotiate. Cheng Daming came in front of Himanyu and glanced at Wang Kong. The corner of his mouth curled up in disdain. Then he said seriously, "Manyu, don't worry. This brother of mine is very popular around here. There won't be a problem with him." Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what to do," Himanyu said nervously. "Ha ha ha, you're welcome." Cheng Daming was ecstatic. It was the right decision to invite Zhang Kai. When had Himanyu ever spoken to him so gently before? Wang Zhong glanced at Zhang Kai and then at Cheng Daming. He understood. Wasn't this acting too obvious? He used to invite Zhang Kai to act in a play, and this Shanji was in it. This group of people obviously knew each other, and they were helping Cheng Daming chase after Himanyu. What they played were the leftovers of the original owner. "Brother Cheng, I talked to my friend. He promised me that he wouldn't do anything to Miss He." Zhang Kai walked to Cheng Daming and said, "Really? Thank you. Thank you so much." Himanyu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Wang Zhong. However, Wang Zhong looked indifferent. He didn't believe that Cheng Daming and Zhang Kai would let him go. Sure enough, Zhang Kai changed the topic and said, "Although they promised me that they wouldn't do anything to you, Miss He, this guy was too arrogant. He insulted brother Shanji in front of so many people. It's too embarrassing for him to come out. He needs to be taught a lesson." "Ah, I see." "Zhang Kai, can't you help me?" Cheng Daming said deliberately. Himanyu said anxiously, "Yes, let Wang Tsung go." "It's not that I don't want to let him go. I'm already giving him face by not doing anything to you." "Alas." Zhang Kai shook his head. "Haha, you're good at pretending." At this time, Wang Zhong sneered. "Zhang Kai, it's not the first time we've met. Shanji used to be your little brother. It's not like I don't know him. You're still acting in front of me." "Wang Tsung, Zhang Kai is helping you." "What are you talking about?" Cheng Daming said coldly. "All right, brother Cheng, brother Zhang Kai, I've given you face. This brat is so arrogant. I have to teach him a lesson. How about this? For your sake, I'll slap him 10 times to vent my anger." Brother Shanji walked out proudly. Wang Zhong smiled. Okay. But there are too many people in this restaurant. Let's go out." Then he walked out. Cheng Daming was so angry that he laughed in his heart. This guy knew that he couldn't escape and wanted to find a place where there were fewer people to slap him. Shanji waved his hand with a smile and winked at Zhang Kai. Then, he led his men out. Wang Zhong came to the opposite side of the road. As soon as Shanji walked over, Himanyu stood in front of Wang Tsung and said stubbornly, "I won't let you slap Wang Kong." Cheng Daming scolded Himanyu in his heart, but he still came over to persuade her with a cold face. "Manyu, you can only blame Wang Tsung for being too arrogant. He provoked the local tyrant here. Fortunately, it's just 10 slaps. It'll be over after a while." Wang Zhong snorted and hugged Himanyu. "Mr. Cheng, Manyu is my girlfriend. Stay away from her." "You." Cheng Daming was so angry that his face turned red. He winked at Shanji subconsciously. Shanji waved his hand and scolded, "I'll teach you how to be a man in the future." Seeing the slap coming, Wang Zhong moved faster. He slapped Shanji with a backhand. Slap. The slap was crisp, but Wang Zhong didn't even move his feet. The huge force sent Pheasant flying. Pheasant screamed. When he got up, most of his teeth had fallen out. "I just said I'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground." Wang Zhong was actually very vengeful. This guy was so arrogant just now. Since he said he would teach him how to be a man, then he would teach him how to be a man. Chow beat him. Zhang Kai couldn't help it. He waved his hand and a group of people rushed up. Wang Zhong laughed. "Himanyu, see? Zhang Kai is with them. Cheng Daming asked them to come here and put on a show." After saying that, he kicked Zhang Kai. "Ah." Himanyu covered her eyes nervously. She couldn't imagine how Wang Tsung could beat so many people alone. While she was anxious, she immediately thought of calling the police. But when she took out her phone from her bag, she found that a group of people were all lying on the ground. Wang Tsung is so powerful. For a moment, Himanyu was stunned. Chapter 8:14. At this moment, Himanyu's heartbeat accelerated. A group of people was defeated by Wang Zhong so quickly. This was too powerful. "Zhang Kai, do you want to hit me again?" Wang Zhong walked over and stepped on Zhang Kai's calf. "Believe it or not, if I use a little more strength, your leg will be crippled." Brother. Feeling the severe pain in his calf, Zhang Kai spoke with a sobbing tone. "I won't do it again. I won't do it again. Just treat me as a fart and let me go." Wang Zhong's face was cold. In order to prevent this guy from causing trouble in the future, he was going to kill Zhang Kai directly. However, it was impossible to kill him like this. After all, it was a society ruled by law. So he was going to kill him with the girl who called him later. He waved his hand and said, "Get out. I'll hit you every time I see you." I know. Zhang Kai nodded repeatedly. "Well, get up. By the way, I don't like this Cheng Daming. He dared to steal my girlfriend. Everyone give him 5 slaps before he can leave." As soon as Wang Zhong finished speaking, Cheng Daming suddenly raised his head and quickly turned around to run away. "Catch him for me." As soon as Zhang Kai finished speaking, several of his men threw Cheng Daming to the ground. "Zhang Kai, you've taken my money." Slap. Zhang Kai gave him a backhand slap. "Chow and I, what's wrong with taking your money? Who let you steal Brother Tsung's woman?" Slap him. Slap, slap, slap. Several men took turns to slap him. Cheng Daming's face was swollen. Finally, Zhang Kai kicked him out and he rolled and crawled away. He was not afraid of Cheng Daming's revenge. Cheng Daming was just an ordinary rich second generation. He was not that powerful. Wang Zhong waved his hand and told them to get out. The group of people left. When they walked into a small alley, Shanji covered his mouth full of broken teeth and said with leaking teeth, "Brother Zhang Kai, I'll gather my brothers and kill him." F***CKU, sister. Zhang Kai slapped Shanji and sent him flying. Shanji's mouth was full of blood and he was in great pain. You're not allowed to spit it out. Swallow it all so that you'll remember. You still want to gather your brothers to deal with Wang Zhong? You're courting death. I still want to live for a few more years. Thinking of Wang Zhong's skills, Pheasant trembled with fear. Ah! Pheasant said submissively, then what should we do? Do you still need me to teach you? Tell the brothers that if anyone dares to cause trouble in this restaurant in the future, I'll F***king kill their whole family. Yes, yes. Zhang Kai was still worried and ordered, no, what if other people come and cause trouble? In the future, bring more brothers with you and walk around the neighborhood often. If anyone dares to cause trouble, kill them. Also, spread the word. I, Zhang Kai, will take care of that restaurant. The pheasant nodded repeatedly and swallowed the blood in its mouth with a gulp. It didn't dare to talk anymore. After dealing with these people, Wang Zhong prepared to go to the bar in front to see what the so-called haunting was all about. Since she had nothing to do, Himanu thought that Wang Zhong was going to play, so she followed him. Entering the bar, the intense music made people's scalp tingle. Wang Zhong and Himanu sat at a table. Himanu covered her ears and asked, Wang Zhong, where did you learn Kung Fu? It's so powerful. It's taught in school. Taekwondo. Wang Zhong made up a lie. As he spoke, he looked around, trying to find something out of the ordinary. Suddenly, he felt a wave of resentment from the toilet. Beauty, have a drink. At this time, a young man with a cigarette in his mouth came over with a glass of wine. Sorry, I don't drink. Himanu hurriedly waved her hand, thinking that there were many people in the bar who hit on her. In fact, these people saw that only she and Wang Zhong were here. Plus, Himanu was really attractive, so they naturally attracted bees and butterflies. Don't be like that. This is Remy Martin XO. It costs a few thousand yuan. Let's drink together. The young man deliberately pointed out that the wine was expensive to show that he was rich. Friend, my girlfriend said that she doesn't want to drink. Then go away obediently. Wang Zhong was about to do something. When he saw this person coming over, he was very unhappy. In fact, he was already very polite. However, this young man obviously didn't want to let it go. He sneered, young man, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. As he spoke, a group of people came behind him and looked at him covetously. Wang Zhong was happy. What the F***ck is wrong with this world? There are so many troublesome things. Seeing that Wang Zhong didn't speak, these people thought that Wang Zhong was afraid. They were all in high spirits. Young man, now you know what's good for you. Get out of here. The young man with the cigarette said. I know that Brother Kai is not here. He will protect us. Brother Kai? Zhang Kai? Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. Then Wang Zhong laughed. I know, you are here to find trouble. Unfortunately, not to mention you, even if Zhang Kai himself came, he would have to kneel to me. Wang Zhong's expression was calm. F***ck, so arrogant. Say it again. Gentlemen, what he said is true. You can leave. Himanu kindly reminded them. Hearing this, these people were even more unhappy. The young man with the cigarette turned around and ordered, go and call someone. Just say that someone is here to cause trouble. Okay. Zhang Kai was in the bar lounge holding ice cubes to his face. He was beaten up badly by Wang Tsong just now. At this time, he was thinking about how to avoid Wang Zhong in the future. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. One of his underlings ran in and said, Brother Zhang, there is a guy in the bar causing trouble. Causing trouble? Zhang Kai was stunned. He was just about to vent his anger. He didn't expect someone to come knocking on his door. Then he waved his hand. Shanji, why are you not bringing anyone? Okay. 7 or 8 people walked out and walked towards Wang Zhong's table. Boy, my brother Zhang Kai is coming. Don't cry when he comes. The young man with the cigarette looked arrogant, as if he was very powerful. He had been guarding the bar for Zhang Kai. He didn't know that Zhang Kai and Shan Ji were beaten up by Wang Zhong outside just now. If he had known, he wouldn't have dared to say these words even if he had 100 guts. Yu looked at him with pity. She wanted to persuade him to leave, but she gave up in the end. Wang Zhong looked indifferent. He looked at the door and frowned. Logically speaking, they should have come. Why hadn't they come yet? Hey, what's the matter? Zhang Kai's voice came. Brother Zhang Kai. The young man with a cigarette in his mouth hurried over. He pointed to Wang Zhong's seat and said with a smile, I saw that the girl beside that moron was nice, so I went over to chat with her. I didn't expect that the guy was not afraid of me. He even said that if you saw him, you would have to kneel down. He was too arrogant. So I asked you to come over. What's the matter? Zhang Kai understood. Zhang Kai looked over and saw Wang Zhong raise his glass to him. He said indifferently, It's up to you. Zhang Kai glared at him and cursed in his heart. Then he slapped the man with the cigarette. I'll deal with you. How dare you mess with Child Wang? You must be tired of living. The man with the cigarette fell to the ground with this slap. Zhang Kai was afraid that Wang Zhong would make trouble for him again. He went up and kicked and stamped. Damn, how dare you mess with Child Wang? I'll kill you. Take him down and beat him hard. Shanji shivered. He waved his hand and led his men to drag him down. The customers around them were in a mess. Zhang Kai walked over cautiously like a child who had made a mistake. Brother Tsung, that guy doesn't know you. Don't worry. I'll teach him a lesson. By the way, this meal is on me. Okay, I won't bicker with you about this matter. However, there's something I need you to do. Leave your men here to protect my girlfriend. I'll be right back. Wang Zhong patted Zhang Kai's shoulder. Where are you going? I have something to do. Then Wang Zhong told Yu that he needed to go to the toilet. He left for a while and walked toward the toilet. Just when Zhang Kai was beating the man, he found a middle-aged man walking toward the toilet. There was a faint ghost aura on him. This man was obviously a spirit slave. Wang Zhong felt strange. There must be a female ghost in the toilet. But why did a spirit slave come here? He followed the man. As soon as he stepped into the toilet, he saw a female ghost in red standing in the corner. However, Wang Zhong pretended not to see it. He glanced at the man and saw the man looking at him with a smile. You're not bad. You actually followed me. You deliberately blocked me? As Wang Zhong spoke, he casually locked the toilet door. My name is Chen Lin. I'm a Taoist. Someone gave me a sum of money to kill you. I was going to go out and kill you later, but I didn't expect that I would follow you here. Chen Lin's face was full of arrogance. He didn't take Wang Zhong seriously at all. On the surface, he was a Taoist, but in fact, he was a spirit slave. He knew that Wang Zhong could fight. He saw it outside. But so what? As a Taoist, he raised an evil ghost. As long as he gave the order, the female ghost in the corner could instantly rush up and suck Wang Zhong's blood essence dry. I'm very curious. How did you find me? Chen Lin continued to ask. You're hiding a ghost. I can see it at a glance. Wang Zhong did not hide it. You can see ghosts? Chen Lin raised his eyebrows. He had an ominous premonition. What do you think? Tell me, who sent you? Ha ha ha. Arrogant man, so what if you can see my ghost? See if I don't kill you. With that, Chen Lin shouted in a low voice, Evil ghost, come out. The female ghost in red suddenly raised her head, revealing a cold expression. Then, she rushed toward Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong looked indifferent. In fact, from this Chen Lin, he could see that his evil spirit was not strong at all. He punched out, and a wave of power instantly smashed the female ghost's soul and scattered it. Chen Lin's eyes widened. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Ghosts were different from humans. To fight ghosts, one needed to have a power that specifically targeted ghosts. For example, he could only subdue ghosts by cultivating Taoist techniques. Even so, 3 years ago, in order to catch this ghost, 2 of his disciples died. This showed how terrifying this ghost was. And now, it was killed with a slap. Chen Lin cursed the person who ordered him to come. What kind of existence did he provoke? Then, he rushed toward the door. Wang Zhong laughed. Where do you think you're going? A palm hit Chen Lin's body. Chen Lin was directly sent flying. He knocked open the toilet door and rolled on the ground. Tell me, who sent you? It's Yang Xiaoqiang who sent me to kill you. Let me go. Chen Lin said with a frightened expression. Yang Xiaoqiang. Wang Zhong thought for a moment. He did not know who it was. He planned to ask his father later. At this time, Zhang Kai brought people over. He did not know what happened. He thought that it was an ordinary small conflict between Wang Zhong and someone else. So, he naturally stood on Wang Zhong's side. F*CK, how dare you bully Brother Kong? Zhang Kai kicked Chen Lin. At this time, He Monyu also came over worriedly. Wang Zhong was about to let her go first, but he did not expect Chen Lin to suddenly spray a bottle of water mist and then turn around to run. Wang Zhong snorted coldly. How dare you use poison? He crushed his opponent with absolute power. In an instant, the water mist hit Chen Lin's body. Ah! Chen Lin was immediately poisoned. He grabbed his throat with both hands and fell to the ground in pain. Chen Lin was dead. A murder case had happened here. Zhang Kai and the others were scared to death. Wang Zhong did not react. He immediately called the evil spirit security officer, Li Hu, to tell him that something had happened here. Li Hu answered the phone and came over immediately. Wang Zhong told him about the evil spirit. After seeing Chen Lin, Li Hu nodded solemnly. This spirit slayer is on our wanted list. When the matter was over, Wang Zhong also figured out that the bar was haunted. There were indeed 2 evil spirits here. They were kidnapped by the bar owner and sold to him. In the end, they were beaten to death. When the matter came to an end, Li Hu caught all the criminals and brought them back. After returning, Wang Zhong contacted his father and told him about a person. His name was Yang Xiaoqiang. Yang Xiaoqiang. When Wang Linjian heard the name, he immediately knew what was going on around his family. He's a dead man. He used to be one of my partners. Because of the company's financial deficit, I sent him to prison. I didn't expect him to die in prison. He has been dead for several years. I didn't expect him to come looking for me. It turns out that the evil spirit behind this is him. I see. Wang Zhong nodded. He would deal with these evil spirits one by one. After leaving here, Wang Zhong followed Li Hu to the Evil Spirit Security Bureau. He was going to join here because this security bureau knew all about the evil spirits and could find out where the evil spirits appeared. They had special equipment to investigate, which was very convenient. Li Hu was very happy to know that Wang Zhong was willing to join. Because of the authority, Wang Zhong searched several places. Codename, Granny who sets up a stall codename, Woman pushing a baby carriage codename, Laughing primary school student codename, Kindergarten classmate driving. Wang Zhong found out the names of the evil spirits one by one, and naturally, he knew where the evil spirits happened. In the following days, Wang Zhong went to solve them one by one. By the way, Yang Xiaoqiang was also dealt with. Speaking of which, this Yang Xiaoqiang had indeed grown into a very strong evil spirit, so he could express himself. This was also a situation that Wang Zhong learned. The stronger the evil spirit, the higher its intelligence. It was a pity that no matter how strong Yang Xiaoqiang was, he was no match for Wang Zhong. This time, it was no longer a game. Wang Zhong had his previous memories, and with spirit energy, he was very strong. Let me ask you, how did you become like this? Wang Zhong stared at the soul of Yang Xiaoqiang, who had already been executed. Chapter 8:15. Yang Xiaoqiang looked at Wang Zhong coldly. He never thought that Wang Zhong would be so powerful. You can't defeat the evil king. Suddenly, Yang Xiaoqiang spoke. The gates of hell have been opened, and the evil king has descended to the human world. This world will become hell. Is that so? Wang Zhong remembered a dead planet he had seen before. There were originally humans on that planet, but in the end, it became like that. Everyone was dead, and there were no plants on the planet. There was nothing. Did the evil king resurrect you? Wang Zhong asked. He. Yang Xiaoqiang sneered and looked around. It was obvious that he wanted to escape. Slap. However, Yang Xiaoqiang never imagined that Wang Zhong would send a backhand slap towards him, causing his soul to almost scatter. Yang Xiaoqiang's soul was scared out of his body. Once his soul was scattered, it meant that he was really going to die. Who are you? Why do you have such strength? Yang Xiaoqiang said in shock. Wang Zhong didn't answer and asked, Let me ask you, where is the evil king? Why? Do you think you can deal with the evil king? Stop joking. You don't want to say? Then I'm sorry. Wang Zhong shook his head. This Yang Xiaoqiang didn't seem to be very smart. He didn't even look at the situation now. Wait, what do you want to do? Since you don't want to say, I can only get rid of you, Wang Zhong said. Wait, although I don't know where the evil king is, I know that the evil king has 12 Black Flag generals. They came out of hell with the evil king, and I'm working under one of them. 12 Black Flag generals. Hurry up and tell me, Wang Zhong ordered. Yes. Yang Xiaoqiang didn't dare to hide anything now. This was also a common practice for evil spirits after they gained intelligence. In the end, these evil spirits were also humans. They were just dead, and their personalities were the same as before. They were also afraid of death. Therefore, Yang Xiaoqiang confessed honestly. It turned out that the evil king did indeed come from hell. At least, that was what they called it. The dead would go to hell, and that place was full of evil spirits. Some are evil, some are good. However, an evil spirit called the evil king had appeared out of nowhere. He continuously grew by devouring evil spirits, and his strength reached an extremely terrifying level. As he continued to attack the cities in hell, some powerful evil spirits joined the evil king's side. They were the 12 great Black Flag generals. These 12 great Black Banner generals were all extremely powerful. Although they were weaker than the evil king, they were still not bad. After that, under the leadership of the evil king, they became more and more dissatisfied with the place they were living in. Thus, one day, someone finally found a way to go to other places. They traveled to various places and killed other living beings to strengthen themselves. Countless planets that were originally shining brightly became dead planets. Finally, the evil king arrived. Through Yang Xiaoqiang's explanation, Wang Zhong understood everything. Where is evil king now? Still in hell. Yang Xiaoqiang looked at Wang Zhong in fear and continued, I didn't lie to you, it's really in hell. The evil king is too strong, he can't come through the tunnel. Alright, I'll deal with the 12 great Black Flag generals first. It was as if Wang Zhong was talking about an insignificant matter. It was indeed insignificant. His current strength was not something that Yang Xiaoqiang could imagine. Although Yang Xiaoqiang didn't believe it in his heart, he still said it. He told Wang Zhong that one of his disciples was in the prison where he died. The punishment general was in that prison. Wang Zhong sent Yang Xiaoqiang away and went there. To his surprise, he saw a man in a black suit at the gate. Yang Xiaoqiang was taken care of by you. The punishment general nodded slightly. You have some strength. How do you know? Wang Zhong asked. He's my subordinate, so I naturally know. The punishment general smiled. I think you're pretty good. Then die. From now on, you'll be my general. I'm afraid you can't bear it. Humph. You'll know once you try. The punishment general was about to come over, but he was stunned. He found that he couldn't move. What's going on? Wang Zhong smiled. Your evil spirits. The power you use is nothing more than spirit. As for me, the power of immortal cultivation. After reaching out his hand and easily imprisoning the punishment general, he realized that Wang Zhong in front of him was not someone he could deal with. He even had a feeling that even the evil king would lose in front of him. Take me to see the other generals. Otherwise, you'll die. Wang Zhong's cold voice made the punishment general feel fear. This was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart, a fear that came from his soul. Okay, I'll take you there. The punishment general still had a last glimmer of hope, which was that the other generals could deal with Wang Zhong. Next, under the guidance of the punishment general, Wang Zhong went to several places. The strength of these generals was about the same as the punishment general. The key was that their personalities were about the same. They were all arrogant and thought that they were not afraid of anyone in this world except for the evil king. Therefore, after seeing Wang Zhong, these generals rushed forward with incomparable arrogance. The result was naturally the same as the punishment general. All of them were easily dealt with. In this day, Wang Zhong dealt with half of the Black Flag generals. Wang Zhong, who had not slept for the whole night, was still very energetic. This was the power brought about by immortal cultivation. The spiritual energy of this world allowed Wang Zhong's strength to recover quickly. Because he had his previous strength, even if he did not need to rest, he would be fine. However, to Wang Zhong's surprise, the remaining Black Flag generals all gathered together. There were a total of 6 of them. They're quite smart. They actually knew that their companions were killed by me one by one, so they chose to gather together. Sensing the powerful force in the valley not far away, Wang Zhong said to the punishment general. The punishment general said coldly, "You're finished." Lord Evil King must have noticed something unusual, so he decided to execute you in advance. That's why they gathered together. Those who are targeted by Lord Evil King can't live. You're finished. Wang Zhong sneered. Targeted by Lord Evil King? Then why didn't he come? He just can't come over yet. It's because he's too strong, but he'll find a way sooner or later. Wang Zhong shook his head. He was not prepared to waste time. Don't worry, he doesn't need to come find me, I will find him myself. As soon as he finished, Wang Zhong began to exert force in his hand. Slowly raising his palm, he muttered, "Emperor's seal." It had been a long time since he had used this move. Now that the spiritual energy in this place was abundant, he no longer needed to save his spiritual energy. No. The punishment general felt the immense power in Wang Zhong's hand and shouted ferociously. But it was too late. He was crushed into gas and his soul scattered. All right, it's time to take care of the rest. Finished. Wang Zhong himself sighed. He didn't expect it to be so simple in this life. After calculating for a while, it was mainly because of 2 points. One was that he retained his memories from the past, and the other was that this world had spiritual energy, so he could cultivate. His footsteps quickened as he rushed towards a farm. At the farm, 6 people were gathered around a table with solemn expressions. Everyone has received the Evil King's message, right? The other 6 great Black Flag generals have all been dealt with, and we are the only ones left. That's why Lord Evil King gathered us together to prevent us from being killed. A feminine-looking man said, "Humph. What's there to be afraid of? If he meets me, he will definitely not be able to return." A brawny man had a disdainful expression. A woman frowned. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any experts in this world. What exactly is going on? Who knows? In short, it's very troublesome. Although the strength of those 6 Black Flag generals is different, to be able to deal with 6 of them in such a short period of time, we have to be on guard. Something's wrong. Suddenly, an old man frowned. Our puppet discovered that there is a special energy coming from outside. Outside, just as Wang Zhong was about to enter the farm, 2 zombie-like people suddenly jumped out. Puppet. Wang Zhong recognized these 2 things and was immediately amused. He had dealt with puppets before. At that time, they were divided into Metal Elite Corps, Silver Elite Corps, and so on. The two puppets in front of him were clearly used to guard the door. They were even inferior to the Silver Elite Corps. If one were to calculate their level, they would be human elite zombies. At this time, the human elite zombies suddenly pounced. Wang Zhong threw a punch. Bang bang bang! The sound of air exploded inside the human elite zombies. Following which, the two human elite zombies were completely shattered into pieces. Just this? Wang Zhong shook his head and walked in. Swish swish swish. However, at this time, the 6 Black Flag generals appeared in unison and surrounded Wang Zhong in an instant. And here I was wondering who it was. So it's just a little brat dealing with us. This old woman's human elite zombie was actually dealt with one palm. An old man's eyebrows twitched. He was somewhat worried because this was his most powerful puppet. Actually, when Wang Zhong saw these two human elite zombies, he was already relieved. It was very simple. In the past, those enemies brought out Silver Elite Zombies and Metal Elite Zombies. Ordinary puppets were not even worth their attention. But the people here actually brought out Human Elite Zombies. What did this mean? It meant that their strength was definitely inferior to those people. Although his strength was not at the peak, but from this point of view, it was more than enough to deal with these so-called 12 Black Flag generals. The reason why they were able to stir up trouble in the other world was because of the unique power of the evil creatures, which created the mysterious territory. If there was no mysterious territory, these people would be just like this. Wang Zhong looked at these people and said, "Where is the evil king? How did you contact him?" "Ha ha ha, Lord Evil King is someone you can contact?" Wang Zhong helplessly shook his head. Were these people brainwashed by the evil king? "How about this, you tell me how to find the evil king, and I will tell you where I came from. You also know that the evil king is very powerful. Tell me, and I will go. You don't have to worry about me doing anything to the evil king." Wang Zhong revealed a harmless smile. "Alright, there's no harm in telling you." The old man suddenly spoke. He was the oldest here and the most astute. His two puppets were so easily destroyed by this young man. With this kind of strength, he was afraid that he really was not a match. He didn't want to die yet, so he felt that it was best to let the evil king deal with such a person. Then, the old man said. When Wang Zhong heard this, he instantly understood. The reason why the spiritual energy in this world recovered was because someone learned the book of summoning from an ancient book. Rumor had it that according to the summoning technique in the book of summoning, one could summon the ancient evil god. That person wanted a lot of money, so he summoned it. At that moment, it rained for 3 days and 3 nights in that place. In his house, a huge pit appeared, and the evil god's huge hand stretched out from there. From then on, the two worlds were connected, the evil god came out, and the spiritual energy recovered. But the evil god was too huge, and it was impossible for him to get in, so he sent the 12 Black Flag generals to lead countless evil creatures over. As for the person who activated the summoning technique, the grass on his grave was probably more than a meter tall. Things finally became clear. Next, it was time to deal with these people. After knowing the location of the summoning technique, Wang Zhong nodded silently. The old man said, "Now you know, let's go." The brawny man frowned. "Hey, let him go just like that, damn it, we haven't fought yet." The old man secretly scolded this guy for being retarded. Wang Zhong could come here alone, do you think he didn't have anything to rely on? The feminine man was also a little afraid of Wang Zhong at this time, but he was a little unwilling to let Wang Zhong go just like that. Just as he was thinking about what to do next, Wang Zhong moved. "Okay, I got it. Now it's time to end everything." Wang Zhong didn't wait for these people to react and jumped into the air. Emperor's seal. Bang, bang, bang. The so-called 12 Black Flag generals were even inferior to some ordinary elders in the Qing sect. Without the mysterious territory, these people are vulnerable. Wang Zhong understood. After these days of understanding, Wang Zhong already knew how to deal with the evil creatures with the mysterious territory. Therefore, in the battle just now, he was successful. Although he couldn't use spiritual power in the mysterious territory, Wang Zhong found that through the previous move of the Emperor's seal, he could open the mysterious territory with his body. Once it was opened, spiritual power would pour in and the problem would be solved. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Zhong left this place, which had become a wreckage. After contacting Li Hu, Wang Zhong told him about summoning the evil king. After Li Hu learned that this was how the recovery of spiritual power came about, he immediately contacted the army of spirit slaves and went to the place of summoning under the leadership of Wang Zhong. The military plane slowly landed. This was a villa, and evil creatures were spreading here. The huge mysterious territory made the faces of every spirit slave change slightly. "It's too strong, I feel like I can't stand it," someone exclaimed. "It's impossible to move with such a strong mysterious territory." Just as everyone was discussing what to do, Wang Zhong strode out of the military plane. The mysterious territory, which was powerful for others, had no effect on Wang Zhong. He broke it with a punch. Countless evil creatures wailed and dissipated. The spiritual energy of these evil creatures became good nourishment for Wang Zhong. In other words, Wang Zhong was now getting stronger and stronger. The army of spirit slaves followed closely behind Wang Zhong and finally arrived at the villa. Wang Zhong said, "You guys guard, I'll go in." "Yes." Wang Zhong used his powerful strength to intimidate everyone. Wang Zhong walked in. Sure enough, in the center of the villa, he found a huge black hole. Evil energy spread out from inside, causing the recovery of spiritual power in this world. "I'd like to see what the rumored evil king is." Wang Zhong didn't go down right away. Instead, he first dealt with the evil creatures outside and completely eliminated the mysterious territory. This time, he cultivated here for a full 7 days. On the 7th day, Wang Zhong abruptly opened his eyes, as a brilliant glint flashed across them. "Peak. I've recovered to my peak state." At this time, Wang Zhong had recovered under the state of crazily absorbing spiritual energy. His strength was no different from before. It was time to meet the evil king. After Wang Zhong talked to the spirit slaves, he entered the black hole alone. That place was gray and there was no vegetation. At the very least, there was boundless yellow sand. Huff, huff, huff. The wind whistled, and the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling came from the wind. Then, evil creatures rushed over with bared fangs and brandished claws. "Overestimating yourself." Wang Zhong did nothing and directly poured out the Emperor's aura. Bang, bang, bang. All the evil creatures were shaken away. "Who are you?" A black bear-like evil creature in the distance shouted. "I'm here to find the evil king. The evil king is not someone you can find. Die for me." The black bear rushed over. Wang Zhong coldly snorted and directly dealt with it. Ah! The black bear was split in half. Next, Wang Zhong began to look for the evil king in this world. The evil creatures here called this place hell, but in Wang Zhong's view, this was not hell at all. It used to be an ordinary planet, but evil creatures appeared one after another. All the living people died, and this planet became a planet with only evil creatures. Knowing this, Wang Zhong was even more disdainful of the so-called evil king. Because in Wang Zhong's view, the evil king's strength may not be as good as the green sect's great elder. In this place, Wang Zhong stayed for more than a month. All the evil creatures he encountered were killed by him. And he was getting closer and closer to the evil king's location. This planet had long been ruled by the evil king, and he had been living in the highest mountain range here, the Albaya Mountains. When he arrived here, Wang Zhong directly shouted, "Evil king, get out here. I've been waiting for you for a long time, human." A half-giant man walked out. His body was full of heads, and these heads were all killed by the evil king. These people all became part of the evil king after death. Because of this, the evil king was so powerful. "You killed my 12 Black Flag generals and countless of my subordinates. You deserve death." The evil king's voice was cold. He had long been prepared to get rid of Wang Zhong, so he had been waiting here. Then let's see if you have the ability. Wang Zhong chuckled and formed a seal with his hand. At this moment, he no longer hid. The huge power caused the faces of every head on the evil king's body to change drastically. You hid your strength. This is impossible. How can you be so strong? The evil king was shocked. The reason why he was so powerful was because of the powerful mysterious realm. In the mysterious realm, he was invincible. But this person, not only was his strength much stronger than him, even the mysterious realm was useless against him. Run! The evil king was afraid and wanted to escape. But Wang Zhong had already attacked. The huge emperor's seal blasted over. This battle lasted for an entire day. The heads on the evil king's body were broken and scattered at an astonishing speed. Finally, he turned into a human laughter. At this moment, the so-called evil king was similar to an ordinary evil creature. Die! Wang Zhong didn't hold back and directly killed the evil king. After that, Wang Zhong left this place and closed the black hole. Peace was restored on earth. In order to commemorate Wang Zhong, the army of spirit slaves erected a statue of Wang Zhong in this place for future generations to worship. And Wang Zhong, after bidding farewell to a few acquaintances, returned to Wenqing sect. 3 years had passed. Wang Zhong, who had long become the sect master of Wenqing sect, would travel to various worlds from time to time to visit his old friends. He would stay for a long time. 10 years had passed, and his old friends had grown a lot older. Sun Xiuxiu and Gua Yueluo from the extramarital affairs section. The mute girl from the tribal war, Lin Wu, who couldn't live past 21, Lu Hua. He had met these people one by one. Unfortunately, these people had forgotten their past memories. This, perhaps, is life. 20 years had passed. Some of the old friends he met had died in accidents, and some were living well. 100 years had passed. These people were ashes to ashes, and dust to dust. From this moment on, Wang Zhong no longer went to various worlds. Thousands of years had passed. Su Liying was also old. Although she was a cultivator, it didn't mean that she was immortal. Wang Zhong had tried many ways to extend her life, but, in the end, she wasn't immortal. Wang Zhong, this is the best place for me. You have done a lot, live well, this is life. Su Liying smiled happily. Do you still remember Yi Fian? Sometimes, I really admire her. For you, she blocked the crown prince's attack. Now, I'm going to find her. We must be best sisters. Liying, Wang Zhong didn't know what to say. The weight of Su Liying in his hand was getting lighter and lighter. Wang Zhong, live well. Su Liying turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared. Su Liying was gone. Thousands of years had passed, and his old acquaintances were no longer there. Wang Zhong had already passed on Wenqing sect to his disciple, and he didn't ask any more. One day, he finally felt that his life was coming to an end. At this moment, he smiled. So many lives, so many deaths, but it wasn't his life. Now, his life was finally coming to an end. Wang Zhong slowly closed his eyes. He passed away peacefully. In the outside world, Wenqing sect, countless disciples were kneeling on the ground. The book ended. You're tuning in to the Narrate and Escape YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.